All right, good afternoon. I'd like to call our joint meeting between the School Board of Alachua County and the Alachua County Board of County Commission to order. And I want to welcome our colleagues from across the street. It's so good to see you all in person. I think our last joint meeting, I was reminded, was long and drawn out via Zoom. I don't recall it, so I guess that's a good thing, but we're so happy to have you all here in the auditorium with us to discuss these few items that we have on our agenda. So before we get started, if we all stand, let's do the pledge. Our flag is that way. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And again, like I said, welcome. They say welcome to the house that Mouse built. It's welcome to the house that our friends from across the street helped us to equip. So we're glad to have you all with us here. And I am Tina Certain, the chair, this year's chair of the Alachua County School Board. And I have with me my colleagues from the board, their chair, Anna Prizia, Mary Helen Willer, and our Ken Cornell. And we have two of their members who are not with us today, Chuck Chestnut and the Honorable Mary Alford is running a little bit late, but Chuck won't be with us today. They said he's a little bit under the weather, so he won't be with you. And to my left, I have my colleague, Honorable Diane McGraw, Dr. Sarah Walkwell, Dr. Leonetta McNeely, and Ms. Kay Abbott. Our superintendent, Mr. Shane Andrew, and deputy superintendent are down at the far end of the dais, and our legal, and Yana Hypolite, and our rest of our admin staff is sitting along there. So we're glad to have you all here. In the auditorium with us. Before we get started today and adopt our agenda, we have a couple announcements we'd like to make, and we're going to let Ms. Gina Peebles go to the podium there. And I think you have to turn the mic on.
Good morning. Gina Peebles, Assistant County Manager and Chief of Staff. We opened our summer camp registration for Cuscowilla on April 1st. As of this morning, we have 141 registrations over our 8 weeks of camp for 7 to 12-year-olds. We also offer a fish camp and adventure camp for 10 to 14-year-olds. Registration is available directly from the county's homepage at www.alachuacounty.us. Thanks to the Children's Trust and Friends of Cuscowilla, we were able to scholarship qualifying children to attend camp for free, and the price is $100 per week for non-scholarship qualifying children. Thanks to the Alachua County School Board, we are again able to provide free breakfast and lunch for all attendees. As an aside, Alachua County is very pleased to host this year's Civics Challenge at the County Administration Building this Thursday. We're so proud of each of these students who are competing. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Whelan? Sorry.
Turn it on, Mary Helen. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Whelan. Yes,
now
it's on now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to personally thank the school board for the support of Cuscowilla. It's a personal project that I've enjoyed since I've been on the board, and I really do appreciate the school board. Gina, you didn't mention buses. Are we using buses this year?
So we did find out last week that the school board is not able to provide the bus transportation for us, so staff have been scrambling trying to find $11,000 to make that available to and from Lincoln Middle School. We did reach out to the Children's Trust because it was not included in our grant application. They said it was not eligible.
Okay, thank you. So that last year the buses picked up at Lincoln?
Yes, and the year before.
And brought children out and then picked them up again, so that will be a loss. But thank you all so much, School Board, for the food. We do appreciate the help in taking care of our children through the summer. Thank you. Thank you, Jean. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Peebles, is the $11,000 the amount, the cost of the school buses and the drivers, or where does that $11,000 number come from?
That was the information that I understand was provided from the school board to our park staff.
Have you all chatted about that yet? The idea that you all weren't going to be able to sponsor the buses this year?
I haven't, the board has not chatted, but our finances are tight. But I think the challenge that we are probably going to have is signing up drivers as well, of getting staff to drive the buses. for anything extra. We're really hoping that we can get enough drivers to drive our students to the extended summer school opportunities that we have this year, because we have a lot more summer learning than we have in the past. But I do know the challenge is staffing, which has been our challenge all year. It's been a challenge for us all year. So I'm not able to really talk to that because the board has, and I'm not sure if Mr. Andrew or Ms. Wise, I'm looking at both of them. I'm not sure if you all have anything else you want to add to that.
Yes, ma'am. So we have an expanded extended school year this year at all of our elementary sites, as well as middle schools and high schools. And our demand on drivers, last time I talked to Mr. Jones in transportation, is we need 45 to 60 drivers to cover that. That also includes an extended day at some of our sites. So we're transporting kids to and from schools at an 8 o'clock start time, right around there, home at 1, and we have some schools, at least 7, that are going to be open until 5 p.m., and we have to give them that transportation home as well. So our first and foremost goal is to get them to and from and get enough drivers to do that. So what we wanted to do was let Children's Trust and the Board of County Commissioners know that that's our challenge, and that we can't just say we'll be able to take everybody on their field trips and to and from the camps. That doesn't mean if we had enough drivers that we wouldn't look at that and entertain that. But our first charge is to get all of our kids to the elementary school sites for extended school year learning, which we have expanded into July this year in an effort to support learning and catching up on some instruction that's very much needed. Okay, and the actual amount itself would have been the total cost for to and from camp, which would be the drivers, the gasoline,
Madam Chair, do you mind if I ask a follow-up question? So if we were able to come up with an $11,000 price tag, what you're saying is that you still might not have the buses or the drivers available?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So it's not really as much of a money problem as it is a logistics problem to try to cover all the sites. Staffing.
Yes, ma'am.
But you perhaps have buses if we had drivers?
So that's a liability issue. I'm going to have to let you and the superintendent, maybe we have another
Maybe we could just
conversation
refer to
with
our staff.
Yeah, let staff to get together to try
about
to
the
do that.
possibility. I mean, we have folks with licensing, and we could do background checks. I'm just thinking maybe there's a way we could.
Yeah, hopefully that would work if we could do something, but I'm not sure about the liability and all. So maybe that's something that staff could work through.
That would be great.
Your staff and Mr. Jones and the legal staff for both entities.
Okay, sounds good.
That?
One more.
Yes, Commissioner Willer.
You have a bus to sell, too. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I don't know if we had a bus to sell. That's transportation also department, but the finance and the facilities, they have to.
Just for the part of the conversation, that's all. Your continuing.
You have I think Commissioner Cornell?
Could we move this to item 5 and figure it out?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
All right, so we wanted to get those quick announcements out there. Ms. Peebles asked if we could do that. Can I get a motion from my school board to adopt our agenda as presented, or with any modifications?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Motion by Ms. McGraw, second by Dr. McNeely. Any discussion or questions? All in favor? Aye. Okay, opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda as presented? With the intergovernmental coordination, I think that the buses can easily go under that topic, so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments to the agenda as presented? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries. All right, we have agendas.
We got agendas. I want to vote on y'all agenda and mine. Sorry about that. All right, so we have some items up for discussion. When we last met, there was, I actually, and Commissioner Prizzi and myself, we had a call with our staff, respective staff, to come up with both agendas, and we had items from both agencies, and so we have a couple presentations, short presentations that we'll have, and these are items that we wanted to revisit that came up during COVID and pre-COVID. So we had the first item up will be from our teaching and learning staff, equity and youth literacy. And we'll go and we'll let them present and we'll discuss and field questions afterwards.
Sounds great.
All right. Thank you, Chair Certain. Welcome to everyone, ACPS, and for our visitors. I'm Jenny Wise. I'm the Chief of Teaching and Learning, and I'm very happy and grateful for this time to talk to you about some of our literacy initiatives that we're working on. We're going to have a couple different members of my team speaking with you this afternoon, and please feel free to ask questions. I'm going to defer first to our Director of Data Analytics, Accountability, and Evaluation, Taylor Gilfillan.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wise. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to take a look at today first what our district is doing around what we're calling our ABC goals. So where this started back kind of over the summer, Mr. Andrew, as we were going through the school improvement process, which if you're familiar, schools set their own individual goals, we realized we want to set a goals that all of our schools consistently share. So that even though one school is, focused on one particular aspect that's specific to their school, we have something that we can talk across all of our schools in terms of what we want to be able to work on. So what we did is we came together and we developed a set of 3 types of goals that we wanted to lean into, and we called them the ABC goals. These were goals around attendance, student behavior and discipline, and core academics. So really, we wanted to be able to answer 3 questions really well consistently across our district, and that's, are kids coming to school, are they being safe, and are they learning? And if we can answer and be really clear on those 3 things, we're going to be set up for success in helping every one of our students and the success they have. So what we ended up doing was, and what we came up with was a set of district-wide goals, which is shown up here on the screen as well. We had a chance in both October and November to get feedback from both the previous board members that sat before we had the new elections and our current board members that are sitting with here as well. So just a quick preview of those goals. You can see them on the screen there. We set a goal of having at least 95% of students be in attendance each day. We're looking to reduce the number of out-of-school suspensions from last year by at least 10% or be proportional to student groups that they affect. We have goals around how many discipline offenses students receive in 1 year. And then finally, a goal of at least 62% of students reaching grade level expectations by the end of the year. And if you're curious, where did 62% come from? If you're familiar with the school grade system, 62% is considered the floor as an A rating according to the school's Bureau of School Accountability and the work they do there. So that's the starting level for us, is all of our schools being A schools. So some of what we're doing with these ABC goals as we've created with this, one of the tools we've used a lot is Tableau. So our simple philosophy, right, is it shouldn't be hard knowing whether or not kids are coming to school. It shouldn't be hard, there shouldn't be all these different reports and things you have to do within Skyward to kind of get the answers you really need to know. So one of our big priorities is focusing on going from just having the data to having the insight. What's most important? Is what we're doing working? And if not, what are we doing about it? So some of the tools you see up there, one is kind of a graph in the top left-hand corner. That's a screenshot of weekly attendance for one of our schools. This is a tool that all principals, our BRTs, our behavior resource teachers in elementary schools, our district admin all have access to, which is week to week, are the things we're doing to improve attendance working? You see another kind of table down in the bottom left-hand corner. That's one of the example reports based on our school board feedback that we got. That's the most common discipline offenses by grade level group. So if you can't say there, for example, the top discipline offense in our K-5, our elementary schools, is unsafe acts, versus for middle school, it's classroom disruption and, maybe no one's surprised, but skipping and leaving campus for high school. So the last thing I'll share there is there's kind of a picture in the middle. As we've been sharing all of these goals, it's been important for our district staff to collaborate and come together to make sure we're aligning all of our work towards these ABC goals. So you might recognize that room if you've been to the Cotton Club. We held a meeting of all of our curriculum TSAs back in February at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center. And we had a chance basically there to align and talk about what's happening in our different divisions and how all of our work is stacking towards kids being successful and hitting our ABC goals for the year. And then just the last thing I'll kind of end with here, there's plenty of resources that our school admins and district admins have access to. One of the pieces of this has also been increasing our data transparency. So a lot of the reports and things that we share with the board obviously are public record. So I included a link here. It's to my team's webpage. If you click and go there, you'll see over on the right-hand side, we put all of these reports online. I highly encourage you, if you haven't had a chance to go through and check them out, to do so. So I'll click on March, for example. It'll bring you to board docs. You'll see two things posted there. One is our scorecard, which is just a one-pager of how we're doing. If you've worked with the Children's Trust before and you've seen their goal sheet, it might look a little bit familiar. We borrowed the template from Children's Trust in terms of how we organize and look at our goals of whether or not we're on track. So you'll have a chance to see that there as well as the full report on the ABC, which we publish monthly. From everything from attendance at the school and grade level down to behavior offenses and attendance trends across our schools. So not asking you to absorb it all at once, but no, this is something that I think we're interested in and wanting to continue to partner with our community, with our Board of County Commissioners on how we look at this data, what are the tools we have in our toolkit around responding to it, and ultimately, right, making sure we're really clear on those three things: getting kids to school, having them be safe, and making sure they're learning. I'm going to defer to our two chairs here. I don't know if this is a place at which you'd like to have any questions or comments, or if you'd like to have me go through that, because I know we have two more pieces for our team here, but this is kind of a junction point, I think, between me and my teammate, Mr. Berry.
I'll pause now and see if anyone has any questions or any comments. We have our lights, so you guys may see the light in the little box at your waist there. So we're not as fancy as you guys. You see that light there? Yeah, down at the waist there. So those work, all right. So if you have a question, does anyone any of my board? Okay.
I guess
Go
I have
ahead,
a
Kim.
question.
Go ahead.
Do you have overall numbers? I know you were showing a bunch of different school numbers. Do you have overall numbers for the attendance, behavior, and core academics to date, like for the year right now?
So our current cadence for reporting out for the public, if I can figure out which link to click on here, we're running monthly. So for example, on the scorecard, our attendance for last month was 91.2%. And you can kind of see the monthly trends here, along with our out-of-school suspension days. We do kind of a district average. One of the things that both staff and board agreed on was there were 4 particular student groups that we really wanted to zoom in on and progress monitor throughout the year. That was our Black and African American students. That was our students with disabilities. Those were our English language learners, and also our students who were at SI school or our school improvement schools. Those were schools that last year earned an either D or F letter grade from the state for their school grade. So you'll kind of see a consistent theme across all of our pieces we have there. We have both the kind of the big number for the district and broken out specifically for those 4 groups in particular.
So for that, the second one, the behavior goals, your goal is 80% and you're at 65%?
Yeah, so essentially throughout the year, as more kids earn discipline offenses, we basically want by the end of the year to have 80% of our kids either have 0 or only 1 discipline offense for the year. Right now, as of the end of March 31st, we're at 88.1%. So that number should be kind of slowly dropping through the year. Oh, I didn't even get to the core academics yet. So if you scroll down there, we have it broken out by a few different pieces, elementary, middle, and high school. This one doesn't update quite as often just because of how and when we take assessments. But on there, you'll see each group labeled by the type of test, who was tested, and then the % of students reaching proficiency. And then we've also, if you kind of zoom in a little bit there, you can see each one kind of have a status indicator of whether that number is trending up or trending down from the last data point we have.
And does this also broken out by demographics later in that bigger report? Or?
Yes, and I don't know if you can see from here, but here if you look at the columns, so for example, we have it broken out for all students for K2 phonics, then for SI schools, Black and African American schools, or students with disabilities, and then our English language learners there as well. in our SI schools, excuse me. So we might not be able to see it all at once, but I highly encourage you, go to our team's website, check out the most recent report. My team is always happy to field questions and direct it to staff as they come up. So,
I think I have a question from Commissioner Wheeler.
Just very quickly, where does the information come from? Does it come from your guidance counselors? Does it come from the principals, the teachers? How do you gather those numbers?
That's a great question. So all of our data comes from our student information system, or our SIS, which is called Skyward. So that's our big central database that has everything about our students in it. So our BRTs, our deans, our principals, our assistant principals all key in data around attendance, behavior throughout the year, and that's the kind of communal shared place that we draw from.
Is there any advantage to the schools that are able to get those numbers down? I mean, it seems to me that sometimes, if we know there are quotas that have to be met or goals that have to be set to be met, that perhaps, the reporting would not be as strong in order to meet those goals. This is coming from a teacher who taught a few years ago here and realized how important it was that, the image of the school was important and of the school system. And I just didn't know if there was any advantage to the schools to meet those goals, or if you're really looking for accurate data in terms of what's actually going on it's not just the schools, but in our society as well.
Sure, I'm happy to take a stab at that, and I'll look at my superintendent if he wants to direct that question to a few other folks. I think to just directly start off, I think what we both know to be true is we want the ground reality to change for kids, right? What we're not suggesting or asking is that people don't report things. It's that we change practice, we change the environment to have it be a place where kids succeed, right? I think of the quote where, if a flower is not growing, you don't change the flower, you change the environment it's growing in. And that's definitely the mindset where we take when it comes to progress monitoring the data. The end goal isn't we see a number drop, it's that we see that environment changing to help our kids grow. I'd say that's the first thing. I will say, too, as far as data being put in, we have a lot of systems and processes in place for ensuring that if a referral is put in by teachers, that it's quickly dealt with and referred to discipline or not by admin. And I'd maybe pass it over to Mr. Andrew if he wants to say more about that process or direct it to the right staff member, but that is one of the things we monitor throughout the year, is that if teachers are raising up issues and discipline concerns, that they're being addressed by staff. And
it's safe to do that. Is the school grading still going on? A, B, C, D grading?
It is.
Happening?
We are shifting, as you probably heard, to a new 3 times a year state-mandated test called FAST. Schools will be earning a school grade this year. We're being told it's held harmless, so it won't impact schools in terms of accountability. So schools will be getting a grade. It won't be until November or December of this year.
Does this kind of data affect anything except perhaps student performance? I mean, does this data affect those ratings in any way except the way our children perform on those tests, of course?
Can you repeat the question?
Right, yeah, I just didn't know if this kind of data was looked at all in terms of giving the grades out, or with the grades that are being given out to the schools just based on student performance.
I'm happy to share and refer you to the school grade system. Like I said, for example, for elementary schools, the only 3 things that count for an elementary school's grade this year is achievement in ELA and math, 3rd through 5th grade, and then 5th grade science. So just the student achievement from those subjects is what's going to tally up to be an elementary school's grade this year.
And of course, behavior does interfere with learning, right? So if the behavior is up I'm just trying to correlate the data that you're collecting with student performance and how the school as a total unit is graded based on the behaviors of the children who may or may not do well on the test. That's all I was trying to establish.
Yeah, and Mary Helen, this is actually a system, this is data for us to use internally to adjust our practice and to help our school leaders and teachers so that we can, hopefully, when they take the state assessments, they can change their practice and we'll have better outcomes.
This is just for us locally.
This is us locally.
And I apologize if that wasn't clear.
That's okay.
Yes.
I wasn't. You know, because there was so much information, and this is something I'm very passionate about too, is behavior in the classroom and how it affects, because I have a degree in behavior disorders, and it's really hard to have a regular classroom when there are a lot of behavioral disruptions, and to teach a child and then to try to make the grade that the state wants us to have and that the community wants us to have too. So thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I'll wait and let the rest of the team go, and then I'll ask the rest of my questions. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay.
Thank you so much. If you have any other questions, please feel to reach out and email, call me. I'm happy to talk through it. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pass it over to my teammate, Mr. Kevin Berry, who is our Director of Curriculum, who's going to talk to us more about equity and literacy. Mr. Berry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilfin. Thank you all for being here today. We're excited to share with you a sampling of some of the current initiatives we have to support students with literacy, and kind of design this into a couple different segments. One is like a summary of efforts, and the next is a summary of impact of those efforts.
Mr. Berry?
Yes.
So, sorry to interrupt you. Would you maybe put the mic up a little bit closer? We're having a hard time hearing you, they said.
Sure. Is
you
that
might
better?
have to hold it the way Mr. Gilfillan had, or just have it up for, yeah. Thank you.
So we're going to try this again. Is this any better?
It's better.
Okay, fantastic. You don't want to hear my teacher voice, then we'll all have to hold our ears. But thank you again for being here. We're excited to share with you a sampling of some of our efforts to support literacy. And we've kind of designed this so that first we're going to speak of some efforts, and then we'll talk about some of the impact. So one of the pieces we wanted to share with you were some updates to the way we support our teachers. And the last couple of years have been years of change for many reasons. It started maybe with the pandemic, but also has continued with changes in structures at the state level, as well as our new standards, the benchmarks for excellent student thinking. Those standards are much more aligned to current research about the science of reading, so we are very much embracing the challenge that comes with these changes. We leverage our partnerships to support this work, and we've been so excited and happy to continue that work with the University of Florida Literacy Institute, as well as a branch of that, the James Patterson Literacy Challenge. Those two key partnerships support professional learning for all of our teachers throughout all grade levels. This year, we also have additional staff members at the district level to provide more job-embedded professional learning. Literacy specialists, we only have 4 elementary and 3 secondary, but they provide daily support at schools, because with implementing new curriculum materials, new standards, and also welcoming new teachers to the profession, the more we have to support the teachers, the better off we'll all be, and the quicker we'll all grow at being more responsive to our student needs. All of our professional learning this year has really been targeted towards implementing the new standards, the benchmarks for excellent student thinking, and ways to do that in a way that provides supports for students through universal designs for learning, and using our core materials so that students have equitable access to materials, curriculum, and instruction across all of our schools. And you may have heard of something called UFly Foundations, but if you haven't, you're going to hear a little bit more about it just in a few minutes. But UFly Foundations is a curriculum that has been developed by the University of Florida Literacy Institute here in our own backyard, piloted at one school not too far away, but the first district-wide pilot was here at Alachua County Public Schools last year. And we saw such tremendous impact and growth. We have continued and will expand that. More to come on that when we talk about impact. So we talk a little bit about professional development for teachers. Now I want to think about what are we offering for additional support for students. And so we did mention a little bit of this as well. One of the pieces that we've had to work through over the years was the materials we've had in classrooms have been having a difficult time keeping up with changes in standards. So as soon as we would adopt new curriculum materials, the state would change standards, and so then we would have to work on trying to make adjustments to what we had available. This year, we have up-to-date, evidence-based, high-quality materials available for teachers and for students that are accessible both digitally and on hands-on learning. So we're really excited about supporting the implementation of that district-wide. We also have district-wide implementation of some real high-quality intervention materials that, again, are aligned to the most up-to-date research, And with support from our friends at the University of Florida Institute and our own team members, you can see some samples of those. Because of some of the decision-making related to ESSER funding, we also have high-dosage tutoring programs in all of our schools, K through 12. And because of the need that we found based on data, we're targeting foundational literacy skills no matter the grade level of the student. So there's a very specific process by which students are targeted for that support, and there's very specific expectations about what the tutoring looks like in schools. And, you know, like we've talked about before, there have been some staffing challenges in all of our areas, but we have seen some real success in some of the programs at some of our schools. We also have lots of options for supporting students outside the school day. We've provided additional hours for our own teachers at our schools to provide additional tutoring for their students. We have the Beyond the Bell homework help, which is available specifically for activities students are expected to do on a given day. They can log on through their devices and access our teachers to provide targeted support with that. We also are partnering with UF to provide a new volunteer tutoring program, and we are piloting that currently at Talbot and Lake Forest Elementary, but we're going to be expanding that. You may have also heard of the New Worlds Reading Initiative. We're really excited about this. There's a lot of pieces to it, but this is an initiative from the Florida Department of Education that is being managed by the Lastinger Center for Learning at the University of Florida. Part of the work is providing children's literature to any student who is not yet meeting grade level expectation in reading in grades kindergarten through 5. And there's a lot of other opportunities for families support related through that and teacher professional learning. We're in our second year supporting that work, and we are currently above the state's target for having parents signed up to be part of that, but we have our own target, and we are not going to stop until 100% of our eligible students have signed up to be part of that. Not listed in here was something we briefly mentioned. Beyond the school day literacy tutoring options, we have a much more robust extended school year opportunity this summer that was just approved last week at our board meeting. We have options at all of our elementary schools. We have other options at middle and high, as well as different types of partnerships. And we encourage you, if you're interested in learning more about that, to review the packet for ESY programs that was voted on last week. So I now want to show with you some of the impact of this work, and we really have 1 year of data for our UFly foundations we wanted to share with you, and we can't wait for 2 more months of school to happen to show this year's work. So what's really unique about the data that we're sharing with you is it's not very often that we're able to really look at cohorts of students who have received a specific type of instruction and then received a different type of instruction. And that's because we did have assessment data from our kindergarten and first grade students in 2020 and 2021 that we were able to compare with last year, 21 and 22. All of our students last year had UFly Foundations instruction in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade. So just to kind of give highlights to what this graph is showing you, and this isn't even all the measures that we looked at, in pretty much every measure of foundational literacy skills, our students in 21-22 began the year lower than our students did in 2020 and 2021. However, because of all of the instruction that happened in classrooms and additional supports and UFly Foundations, we were able to statistically show the difference in the impact of students' instruction on their performance. And as you can see, in every measure measured, students ended the year above the prior students. So they started below and ended above, and you can see by the trend in all of these different measures. I can share with you more, but we just wanted to highlight some of the main ones, and you can see the numbers that are bolded in colors. Of course, I don't know why we chose orange and blue, but orange is 2020, 2021 growth across the year, and 21, 22 is growth across the year. Again, the primary difference we had within these groups of students was the implementation of UFly Foundations to support foundational literacy skills. One of the persistent data measures that we have been working on in our district is trying to reduce and then eliminate our achievement gap for all subgroups of students. One that we are particularly honed in on is the discrepancy between ELA performance the English language arts performance of our white and Black or African American students. And you can see the yellow line indicates the achievement gap state average. We don't have that for this year's new assessment, but we just drew the line targeting what last year's assessment was, just to give us kind of a general measure to see if we're moving in a positive direction. And so we pulled some of the data from our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade ELA measures, and while the gap is still far above the state average, you can see that we are growing closer to it. So we are continuing some of our efforts because of this guidance, and we're going to be very excited to see what happens with our end-of-year measure to see if we're going to be making that progress. Again, we have a long way to go, but we use this measurement to show, are we moving in the right direction? We want to move in the right direction more quickly than we're moving right now, but at least we do have some data trend lines that are showing that the achievement gap is starting to slowly be reduced, specifically with our subgroup of white, Black, African American students. Now, I can also do what Mr. Gilfillan did and ask if there's other questions. Otherwise, we'll be passing this off to our Chief of Teaching and Learning to talk through Camp Crystal. And the reason why we have Camp Crystal here is because one of the key things we can do to support students' foundational literacy skills is to build their background knowledge and experience through life experiences. And so we wanted to include that here today. But it looks like we may have some questions.
Yes, Dr. Rockwell?
Yes, I just was hoping that perhaps you could send us a graph like this one for the achievement gap for ESE students as well, because that gap is even larger.
Yes, ma'am, we can definitely work on that for you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Abbott, you're recognized.
I thought I had my thing pushed, maybe not.
So I'm trying to figure out, like when I look down, because everyone's sitting in a different spot and they didn't change them. So just if I look down, put your finger up, that'll help me out. I'm trying.
Mr. Berry, I don't know if this question is just for you or not, but with all of these programs and partnerships that are in place, can you say that every child in Alachua County has equitable access to a good education?
You know, that's a great question, and I think that's one of those things that we're going to continue to work on until we have evidence to prove that everyone does. I think that, you know, if you were to look at some of the efforts we've made in the last few years, we're providing more access, but I think we have more partners waiting to work with us, and we have more students who are still waiting for that access. So I would say my answer, and this is only my answer, not everyone else in the room's answer, I don't think we're there yet, but I think we're going to continue to look for new ways to get there.
Okay, thank you.
So anyone on this end have? Commissioner Cornell?
Thank you, Chair Shorten. So what I get from this is UFly is working. And we just need to continue to expand it and offer it to as many kids as possible. Is that kind of the summary? Because that's exactly what Chair Shorten has been telling us at the Children's Trust and telling me personally with regards to the efforts of the school board for the last couple of years. So is that the summary? UFly is working?
I would agree with that summary. I think the reason why UFly Foundations has been so successful has many different reasons behind it, but one of them is it specifically targets specific skills. And so if we know students need support with those skills, which that's part of the standards for kindergarten through 2nd grade, so all students need that as part of their core, then 100% it is what we need to continue. But that doesn't mean it's limited to kindergarten through 2nd grade students, and that's why this year we have 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students who are also receiving UFly Foundations instruction to support interventions if screenings have indicated that that's what their need was, foundational literacy. So I am in full agreement that that is something we want to continue and continue to find new ways of implementing it.
I mean, the data is impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys present to us in the next month or two, or to the community. I don't know if this is the right time, and I know Mr. Gilfillan kind of mentioned it with regards to behavior, but I know that member McGraw has been concerned a lot about behavior, and I know we're going to talk about mental health, item 4. Is this kind of the area where we want to have a discussion about behavior as the two boards, or no? Mental health, okay. Thank you for your presentation, and Mr. Gilfillan, thank you.
Sorry, getting used to this mic system. Thank you so much for your presentation. Has the school board conducted a literacy needs assessment? Like, have you done a comprehensive needs assessment for literacy, or?
So we do comprehensive needs assessment that is broader in nature, that involves more than just literacy, but we do that annually. When it comes to specific to literacy, we have not done anything really quite to that level. So I think that that's something we could definitely look into.
Okay. Yeah, I saw all the different things that are happening, and I think it's really cool that they're all happening, and I'm really proud of our district for trying to sort of throw everything we can at this problem, and I'm excited to see that things are getting better, but I still see 50% of our kids can't read on grade reading level, which is really concerning. And I hear you about UFly, but I know that UFly has limited capacity, so I wonder, have you had any discussions with them about expanding? Do you have a sense of, and do we have funding to do that expansion currently, or?
Yeah, we did expand just this year. The new part for this year is intervention for students in grades 3rd through 5th, and so we're kind of working alongside them and studying the impact of that. And then also they've developed a tangential plan for volunteers to utilize to implement and support students after school, because we know we have a lot of volunteers who want to support literacy efforts. Mm-hmm. And so that's also currently being piloted. And so that's why, before I pass this microphone over, I wanted to mention some of these opportunities for those who want to learn more about that work. So the other thing I did want to mention is we are part of the Alachua County Campaign for Grade Level Reading. And, they are an organization that helps us to look more globally at what our needs are for literacy. So in terms of, comprehensive needs assessment, there's been something called a comprehensive, I can't remember, plan. Would you remember, Mrs. Certain? It's CSAP is what it stands for. And it's a community-based version of a comprehensive needs assessment. But I do think that we would benefit from having one that's specific to our organization as well. We do certain things, like we do our end-of-year reflection, where we look at what's called our reading plan, and we look through what's happened there. But I appreciate that feedback and that guidance.
Yeah, my last question, Madam Chair, if I can, is just how, when we have all of these, we have a massive volunteer push to get literate people that are willing to volunteer in the schools and after school to help support, what is the training process? How do we get enough professionals that know what they're doing to train the people who don't know what they're doing so that they can be effective?
That's a great question and thought, and I just remembered it was Community Solutions Action Plan was what that name of that document was that we created. So we are working with UFly really to target a specific program for anyone who wants to help with literacy support. And they are going to be building a training so that there's a trainer at every school, so that they would be able to have kind of this package to provide to whomever would like to be a part of this work, and a binder just with activities that are very clear, and essentially in maybe an hour or two, whomever wants to be trained can be trained. They're also building technological digital means of providing that training. There's a plus and a minus to that. It's great for accessibility, but then when you have questions, you can't really talk to a video. So that's why we're having school-based trainers available to provide that support. So we are excited about the opportunity, and I think the more that we're able to kind of have a specific way to support until all of those needs are met, I think that's going to go a long way to ensuring that everyone who wants to help has a job to help, but we're also able to provide them with the resources and support they need, and then measure the impact of that support.
Well, I'll just say I, for one, would be in full support of figuring out how the county could help with a comprehensive learning assessment and plan for the community that would help us know how we can support you with out-of-school supports and capacity building, and just to keep this sort of trend of our students learning to read moving in the right direction. So any information you get as you continue to sort of develop with UFly, please, we can add it to the next agenda too, and just keep sharing so that we can think about that piece. So thank you.
I have a few comments, but I'll let Ms. McGraw.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and Camille Prizia took some of my same thunder, but that's okay. That's all right. We're thinking on the same page. Now, you did say 3rd through 5th grade has been implemented for UFly.
So we're piloting it in use for intervention. There are a couple of schools that are using it through core because they had, they measured the students and saw what their needs were. And so there are a few students that are using it with all of their 3rd grade students. But yes, it is being piloted in intervention 3rd through 5th grade. Now, UFly is studying that because, they are a research-based institution. And so before it becomes a packaged intervention, they're piloting with us. So I use that with like this, kind of how we did UFly Foundations last year. Now, there's a huge market in Australia for UFly Foundations because of the work that they did with us last year, and it's all over the world. And we're hoping that that will continue with UFly Foundations as intervention. Yes, ma'am. It's been opened up to every school.
Because I was trained in UFly when I volunteered at
Yes,
Lake Forest.
I remember, yes.
But one of the things we need to make sure is that our teachers really understand how to implement it as we move forward. The other thing is, and we hopefully teaching and learning is working with our equity department to make sure we're meeting equity in literacy. And the other thing is, if we're going to recruit people, and everybody knows I'm big on marketing. What are we doing this summer? Because as I think Chairwoman Prizia just said, we have a lot of children that are still behind. So I hope we're going to take time this summer. Also, we have a lot of students as well, reading period, literacy period, even those students that we're still responsible for teaching over where Ms. Wakely is now in our DJJ. They're behind, but that's a whole lot of time while they're sitting there. And that's when I said we need to make sure, we always talk about working in silos, but when it comes to this equity, I know we're trying to catch our young kids K through 2nd, and I'm glad 3rd through 5th, which more needs to be piloted, because I'm looking at some of our other schools that are not SI schools, and I'm concerned. And I thank God it is a whole harm this year. But the other thing is we need to really recruit. So how do we get with marketing? How do we make sure we're including equity department to make sure all of this is happening? This summer is it, because of whole harmless this year, but we got to make sure when we start out our 23-24 school year, we're really keen on where we are with all of our children as far as equity and literacy and getting them all up on grade level. Because you got to go back to the basic with some of these children. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, who?
So can you see me when I push the button?
Oh, push the button again and let me see which one you are.
Is yours?
Okay, and so take yours off, Barry Helen, as well. I'm sorry, Commissioner Wheeler. All right, so you don't work. No, your button don't work.
Okay, I can.
Just push your hand up. Just put your finger up like at church.
Well, my question is for the chair, Chair Prizia. So you said that you would be potentially in favor of the county supporting a countywide assessment. I know that we are having a joint meeting with the Children's Trust on the 24th, and the Children's Trust that Superintendent Andrew and Chair Certain also serve with me on that board. We're just completing the strategic plan and the listening project, and one of the things that we're really trying to hone in on is what are our countywide goals for 3rd grade reading, for kindergarten readiness, and I guess my question really for our board, because I loved your comment, is what do you have in mind with regards to that, and is that something that we should agenda for next, I guess, in 2 weeks, because 3 of us on the trust will be there along with our board, and maybe we can start to develop what our thoughts are on that, because I, with you, support obviously helping our school board, but really all of our kids with literacy. I think it's a major thing, and really the reason why the Children's Trust was voted on overwhelmingly by our taxpayers is how can we help get kids ready for kindergarten and then provide support to the school system with out-of-school additional resources. So have you thought more about kind of what your thoughts are?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my sort of, I wrote down some notes. I mean, I guess sort of my limited thoughts are that we don't what I've seen, and I'm sure that the staff at the school board behind the scenes have more understanding than like, so this is not meant as a criticism of the school board. This is meant like as the whole, as a community as a whole. That we sort of don't totally understand like reading development as a community, and that we have a big capacity gap in terms of the people who can support the school district with out of school learning and training, and that maybe we have a lot of initiatives going on, but they're kind of piecemeal, and understanding them as a whole from a needs assessment perspective, like what's out there, where are the gaps, and then how do we begin to put a comprehensive plan together to start addressing those gaps with, and particularly how does the county, how does the city, how does the library district, how does after school programs, how does the Children's Trust, how do we as a community provide that wraparound support that allows the school district's work that they're doing in the classroom to be more effective, because we're taking the UFly. I could see UFly actually helping us do this needs assessment and comprehensive planning process, because they could take their research-based understanding of what we need to do and their research-based trainings and programs that they have for volunteers and wrap that into the needs assessment to say, here's where these things could happen, here's where we have the gaps and the bandwidth to do this kind of work, and here's what we need to move forward. So I know that's a little bit, that's just a kind of a brainchild. But yeah, I would be 100% in favor of having that conversation with the Children's Trust and thinking about, I know that you all have mentioned you have ESSER funds. I don't know if those are funds that can be used for needs assessments or comprehensive planning regarding literacy, but if it was, maybe we could all band together and each of us, throw some money in the pot to make this thing happen and to really have a roadmap.
So meaning us use ARPA funds, they use ESSER funds.
And then the Children's Trust use whatever, I don't know, maybe
I
part
think
of their
much of this work has already been done, and I think we're kind of past the assessment. Me personally, not maybe totally past the assessment phase. We're into like the implementation phase of how do we get moving.
Yeah, what I've.
So can I add something? So I was holding my comments kind of until the end since we're here, but myself and Mr. Berry have been participating in the Alachua County campaign for grade level reading. So a lot of work has already been done as kind of like looking at the landscape of who is operating in the literacy space, trying to improve reading scores for students, and what are they doing, and categorizing what they're doing. So before I had an extended absence, what I learned is we have a lot of organizations, the school district, we have out-of-school time providers, we have like United Way Reading Pals that are doing programs at public library, but a lot of it is around like awareness, like awareness, but not like actual literacy work to get so we can really measure what students are learning, like where they are and what they're learning. So that's why we're kind of hopeful with UFly. So I had an extended absence, and Mr. Berry can fill us in on the grade level reading, but I have met with Dr. Holly Lane, who is like our coordinator, who we're working with her, and Dr. Valentino about UFly and us training and recruiting volunteers to help, for me, I was saying in the out-of-school space, because having the volunteers come in, recruiting them and training them so that they could really work with the student for an hour or 30 minutes, whatever it is, and we could really see that. And I think they've done some piloting, some trainers with one of the out-of-school time providers at Kids Count. So they've got about 30 to 50 kids over there that are they have their one-on-one tutor who is with them doing their lessons, and I think those students were going to be really seeing some good gains with that. Okay. But I asked Dr. Lane about expanding that, and so I think there was some talk of a coordinator. They have a student, folks, it's kind of like a work-study program where they would get paid, but they need the coordinator to make sure they're trained and to handle the paperwork, and then they get deployed out either to schools or after-school programs. So I think there is work that we can do and to really try to help that, but I think maybe the landscape that you were talking about, the needs assessment, probably has already been done with the grade level reading campaign, and we kind of, our group got chosen by the statewide organization to get additional support to do that, so a lot of work has already been done. We just really need to just do the work, and our district, the school district, I think has to lead this effort. I think our staff here, and I haven't had this conversation with Mr. Andrew yet, but it was going to be part of our Children's Trust, is that we be the literacy lead, and we have someone working with the folks at UF to really try to coordinate this and work with urgency, because we have students that are beyond the K through 2 that are not on grade level reading, and we need to catch those students up there in elementary school. We need to catch the students up there in middle school and the ones in high school, and we have to work with urgency, and we have to work with our partners so that we're actually not just, the volunteers aren't just spending a few minutes with, or, an hour with the kids, but that they're actually doing something that's going to be beneficial. And I think if we train the volunteers as well as we can have that, so.
I hear you. I guess I hear you saying you feel like you have a lot of the assessment of what's already being done. And I guess what I'm trying to do is then say, okay, this is what's being done. We have a what's working. Now, like the sort of taking those things together to put together sort of where are the gaps and how do we link them all together so we have a comprehensive plan moving forward that the Children's Trust and the county and you all as the leads are all bought into and we're all implementing. And then when one of us is having a challenge or running into a gap, we have like a place to come back to have a touchstone to come back and say, okay, this is working, this like training model is working, how do we put more resources there, or this thing is working, because I guess I just get the sense right now that there are really good things happening and good things starting to work, but it's still a little bit piecemeal in terms of who's doing what and where the things are working and then putting them together into a comprehensive plan. So I'm just interested in supporting you all in that effort any way that we can. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Cornell. And okay, thank you.
Commissioner Cornell?
Yeah, I was just going to add, so what I hear you saying, and I agree with you, is that in our CAP funding, we could prioritize programming based on literacy in coordination with Children's Trust and School Board. Or we could increase CAP funding for that. I mean, or we could use ARPA funds. I mean, I agree with the words you're saying. I'm trying to understand the actions that you want the county commission to do.
I guess I would like to see us support the school district and the Children's Trust in working together to develop a comprehensive plan for literacy in Alachua County. That's what I would like.
Got it.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, and how we do that, and I think UFly is great, don't get me wrong, but you have a lot of organizations in town who are knowing how to catch, like you say, you got different age groups. I think a good idea for action item is to bring all of them to the table. Again, it's talking about marketing. We need all hands on deck. I think we need to look at every single one because there's a crisis in high school, and I know a lot of times people say, well, you know, some people are far gone. I believe you can catch every child. It's what you implement. And so I think as an action item, bring every single one. We have the assessments. We have the data. You want to implement. So bring everybody to the table, and then you come so you can get the best. You don't want to just take one thing and run with it because every child is unique. Because my thing is get these kids off the computer because, see, they can play on the computer all day with iReady and all those things. Fully sit them down and teach them how to read. And there are a lot of people, if you pay them, that are in the school system, outside of the school system, like you say, when you take your ESSA funds, we can do, or your HARP funds, whatever you all call them. But you can take those ARP, American Rescue Plan funds, take them all, and let's really take time out this summer to get these kids caught up. But I think bring everybody together.
And I hear you. I think that's
like great marketing. I think marketing is key. Calling all readers to the floor, do something. You know, bring everybody. Right.
We have a lot of great organizations, to your point, that are doing this.
Before we
need that training and capacity building support to be able to do it right.
All right, Dr. Rockwell.
Yeah.
So I keep coming back to this achievement gap graph, and we're talking about what's working. And what I can say about this graph is the blue line on it, the third grade ELA, those are kids who got UFly for a full second grade year. The fourth graders and fifth graders, the orange and gray lines, and that gray line is a rather impressive change. At most, they got this piloted UFly intervention for half a year by the PM2 score, right? Is that correct?
I would say at most, yes.
Yeah. So what worked for them? What happened? And I'm not asking you to answer that now. I'm asking you and Mr. Gilfillan's team to go back and look through data and try to figure out, okay, what moved that fifth grade?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and we will do more analysis. But one of the things that I'm really excited about this year was, we have new materials for students that are based in content. And so previously, we probably spent more time focusing at the upper grades primarily on fluency and some foundational literacy skills, and we probably didn't do it as well as we could have anyway, but that's what we focused on. But now we have new resources that have this spiral content-based curriculum that's aligned with social studies and science. So it really helps to build more background knowledge. And when we get that training we're talking about, we can talk more about the simple view of reading, which basically divides reading into two pieces. It's decoding times linguistic comprehension equals reading comprehension. And so both things must be present for students to be successful readers. And as you can see, if one's not, if it's a multiplication problem, anything times 0 is 0, right? They don't comprehend. So this year we have, teachers who have really embraced this new material that helps not only to help students build their foundational literacy, but also their vocabulary and their understanding of content. And I think that some of the other efforts we've put into place as well in terms of, kind of these other ways, partnerships with Cade Museum and things where students get more hands-on experiences in the world around them can help them to better comprehend. But we'll do further analysis later, but those are some things that I know that have changed really with some of these groups of students prior to what we have done in the past.
Yeah, that's excellent information. And to what my colleague, Mrs. McGraw, was saying about hitting our secondary students, not just our elementary school students. I don't know if UFly has anything developed for them, but there are other science of reading programs that do have a secondary focus. For instance, I know Wilson Phonics has 2 versions of all their materials, one meant for 3rd through 5th grade, maybe 6th grade, and one meant for older children that has more complex vocabulary and content. I think there are options out there that we can look at, and I'm sure that our staff who are reading curriculum experts would have more ideas than I do. But I just, I agree with Mrs. McGraw that we can't stop in 5th grade.
Agree, and I really love the ideas that you've brought forth today because I think they're going to really help us continue to move in a positive direction. We didn't focus so much about them on this presentation, but we have taken more steps in secondary as well. We have specific curriculum for the reading courses that students have, whereas in the past, we've provided resources, but there hasn't been so much as recommendations, and it hasn't been as specific or strategic as it has been. And a lot of that support has come through the other level of support from UFly. That's that James Patterson Literacy Challenge, and they provided us with some additional professional learning. But also the new standards really provide us with more opportunities to look at literacy instruction at the secondary level differently. We've done a lot of work with content area teachers, and we're really seeing some of our social studies and science and math teachers starting to really look at themselves as a literacy teacher as well. And we're just getting started, and there's a long way to go. But I think that, the more that we have an opportunity to study the progress students are making this year, the more we're going to continue to see that some of our efforts are slowly moving us more in the right direction.
Thank you. Commissioner Alford?
Thank you. Just a quick question. When I was on the Board for United Way, we discussed children's literacy often, but one of the things that I remember discussing was the link between the literacy of parents and the literacy of children. And I was wondering if I know you have your hands full dealing with children, but do you have any programs to identify and refer parents to literacy programs?
So thank you for that question. And, that is one of the key pieces that the Alachua County Campaign for Grade Level Reading supports us with. There are some pillars to the work they do. One of them is supporting students out of school. One of them is helping increase attendance. One of them is helping families become more engaged through different types of accessibility supports. And so they have really partnered with different groups to do that. We do have our Parent Academy that provides a lot of support to families. That's through our equity department. They've been doing a lot of support with, supporting students' mental health and social emotional needs. But in the past, they've also supported literacy. We have had family webinars. We're hoping to do more in-person events with, the University of Florida Literacy Institute, The other piece is that New World's Reading Initiative. One of their newest goals they have moving forward is really helping provide more opportunities for families to become engaged in literacy. So recently, they just actually put out a request, and we're going to be partnering with the Education Foundation to build in new opportunities for families to kind of have different opportunities to not only leverage the materials they're getting from the New World Literacy Institute, but also, just finding some things that they can simply do every day to help support students with literacy. So thank you for bringing that to us. That's another piece that's in development. And I'm going to say it one more time, but if you're really interested, that Alachua County Campaign for Grade Level Reading is a great uniter of anyone who lives in our community who'd like to support literacy, and we'd love to see more of us a part of that.
Mr. Cornell.
So, Chair, President, do you want me to put a motion on the floor to your?
Oh, Mary Helen, sorry.
All right.
And then if you want to hear her comment, and then,
Go ahead.
yeah, I would like a motion.
Very quickly, I have spoken with some of you all about the idea of immersion in terms of reading. For a lot of our kids, all the way through high school, reading is like a foreign language. And often we have immersion programs, where we'll spend several weeks in another country learning a language, being totally immersed in that language. And I would really like for us to think about the possibility of taking a grading period where we take these kids who are struggling and put them into an immersion program for a 6-week period, 9-week, or a year if they need it, rather than have a youngster in the lower grades repeat a grade, 2nd or 3rd grade, have them go into a reading immersion program. They can get their social studies and their science and their math reading in those places too, but if they're being taught particularly by teachers who are well-trained and can teach them the tricks. And there are a lot of tricks. So those of us who spend a lot of time training in special ed and teaching special education know that there are tricks. And not all teachers know those. Not all teachers have the patience or the understanding of the way a kid learns to be able to teach those classes. So it's really hard to get, volunteers to come in and spend half an hour with a child when really what they need is a total immersion. So I would really like to see us think about the possibility of putting one classroom in each school that would actually address the reading needs of those children all the way through high school. I think a lot of kids would feel relieved to be in a place where they're actually learning to read intensively rather than 15 or 20 minutes a day. I know I was trained in precision teaching, and Great Leaps was an offshoot of that. I used to work with Mr. Campbell in Levy County. So those programs work. I don't know about UFly. It may be an extension of that or I don't know. But I do know that kids who can't read need to be in a place where they are not distracted by anything else but the focus on reading. So I would really like you all maybe to think about the idea of taking one classroom with one dynamo teacher in there, perhaps with a good aide, who could actually give these kids the tricks they need to be able to read. Then they can go back into the regular classroom curriculums and actually succeed. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, back to Commissioner Cornell, my apologies.
Okay, so I would move that our staff work with the School Board of Alachua County, the Children's Trust of Alachua County, UF, and other stakeholders to develop and fund a comprehensive plan for literacy in Alachua County and bring back recommendations to this board, period. This comprehensive plan will be led by the School Board of Alachua County.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Do we have any public comment to the motion and or any other commission comment to the motion?
You have something?
I think.
I had something to say, but it's not about the motion.
Okay.
And I said it would be led by y'all because of Chair Certan's response. I guess I would ask that if the school board likes that they do something similar on their end so that we could kind of vote together.
Okay. So we can make a motion if we're going to direct staff to do something that is of significant work. So I can't make the motion as the chair. I get one of my colleagues to make a motion that would indeed match something that what Commissioner Cornell just proposed.
I move that we direct Superintendent Andrew and staff to work with the Alachua County Commission Children's Trust of Alachua County and other relevant stakeholders to plan a comprehensive literacy program and lead implementation of that program.
Moved by Dr. Rockwell, second by Ms. McGraw. Is there any discussion or comments on that motion? Any public input? All in favor? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Go ahead, Dr. McNeil, you have something?
Yeah, that's okay. I was just wondering with, and listen, guest, I'm just agreeing with every single thing that you're saying about what we need to be doing, where we should be going, the gaps of learning that we have. You have certainly looked at that, and you're thinking clearly, not only what can we do differently for our students, but for the parents and how we can get other people involved. This is a first for me with the campaign for grade level reading, and I'm going to ask the chair from here on out, every single thing that comes up in these meetings, as well as Children's Trust, that they be shared with us on a monthly basis, because you all know so much, and we are learning as well today. But I certainly support that. I'm hoping that if we agree to the motion and the second that we have just established with the district, that our staff is not overwhelmed with everything that we have asked them to do before today. But if, we've got a strong team, I know they will accept whatever we are asking or requesting if it's going to help achievement in our reading. So I hope that we can conquer all of this, and that what we are asking and requesting at this point, it will not be detrimental to their understanding of what's expected. I just needed to make that comment.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Anyone else? Sabby, you have something, or you want to wait till after the motion?
I think that's me.
No, it's okay.
Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and call for our vote, and we'll turn it back to you guys.
Okay, great.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. And Ms.
Okay, we had no public comments, so I'll also call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. We appreciate that. And to Madam McNeely's comment, I think she's right. We want to make sure that we're not going to overwhelm our staff. We throw a lot at them. But I think this is something that in collaboration with UFly and other stakeholders, it may end up being something that we have to RFP out in order to be able to get good support to do that work and begin to, collaborate on that. But I'm excited about what staff bring forward, and hopefully at our next joint meeting, we'll have some good ideas generated for this.
I'm hopeful, because I think a good bit of the work, that the foundational work, has already been done by the grade level reading campaign. I think Mr. Berry can pull in Rakia Brown from United Way to share that.
Absolutely.
What's been done. They've done a lot of work with that, and so I think we have a good foundation to get going, and I think we have some usable data we can work on for the summer to be able to help. And I see Mr. Gilfillan standing there with the mic.
Someone said data, so I came up and grabbed the mic. I just wanted to share one thing as we're thinking about that, and it came up because we were talking about FAST earlier. Commissioner Cornell, you mentioned kindergarten readiness and third grade ELA. One of the things I didn't mention, as all of our K-10 students are testing on FAST, but so are our VPK students. So one of the data points we have available 3 times a year is our VPK student success with the early literacy test. So I just put that forth as consideration. As I think we continue this work, we have data points 3 times a year on our VPK students in our schools.
If the county has any money you want to share for VPK, we'll accept.
Children's Trust. She said if there's any money available for VPK, they'll take it.
All right, Ms. Wise, go ahead. We'll continue.
All right, thank you. That's going to be a really hard act to follow. I am very excited about the work that we're doing with literacy for our elementary and our secondary students, and I appreciate the support of the commission to help us with that. Mr. Berry mentioned how important building background knowledge and experiences are, and we have a unique facility in Alachua County Public Schools that is Camp Crystal Lake that affords during the school year all of our second graders to have a day trip where they have hands-on experiences with the science standards, and then for all of our fifth graders, they have an overnight camp experience during the school year where they too have the opportunity, among some important team building and social emotional learning, to do science out in the field. And so we're very excited about that opportunity during the school year, but we are on the cusp of summer camp season at Camp Crystal. And so as a brief update to all of you today, I just wanted to let you know that we do have 8 weeks of summer camp at Camp Crystal, which are 4 one-week sessions and 2 two-week sessions that see roughly 1,000 campers a year. We've done a lot of work with the board this spring on Camp Crystal, and we've made a few tweaks. Camp fees this year are $600 for 1 week and $1,440 for 2 weeks. There is an additional out-of-county fee of $100. The camp session dates begin the week of June 11th, and that final session ends on August the 4th. We have done some work with the scholarship program, and we have a scholarship review committee that includes members from the curriculum department, finance department, and the equity department to help us with the selection of our scholarship recipients. All scholarships to summer camp are funded by donations for those student scholarships. So the number of scholarships available each year varies depending on the funds and camper needs. Campers are able to indicate on the camp application if the supplies are something that would help make camp possible for them, and we accommodate that where possible. The scholarship requests open at the same time as the regular scholarship applications. So we ask that those applying for a scholarship go ahead and ask and request the session that they would like to be placed into, even in advance of that scholarship selection time, so that we know that they are going to be available for that week if they are selected for a scholarship. And our scholarships are awarded for just 1 week. We have 2 thresholds of scholarship funding available. We have a 90% scholarship available for those families who are SNAP, TAMF, or foster eligible, or any of our students who receive free lunch. We also could have available a 50% scholarship for our families who are eligible for reduced meal prices. The way the scholarships are awarded is that we award 90% scholarships first, as many as we can afford to do so based on the donations available. If there are more applicants who qualify for the 90% scholarship available, then there are scholarships to award. Those are the only scholarships awarded for that particular summer. So after the 90% scholarships are awarded, if we have space available, then we would begin to award the 50% scholarship, and a random lottery is used to select our scholarship recipients. Do you have any questions that I can answer for you about Camp Crystal?
Commissioner Prisoner, go ahead.
Sure.
How many out-of-county kids, you mentioned there's an out-of-county fee, how many out-of-county kids are registered this year?
I would have to get that number for you. There are all of the requests for campers who are Alachua County residents are filled before any out-of-county campers are allowed to register for camp. And so I don't have that number for this summer, but I can get that number for you.
Okay. Do you have demographic information for the applicants this year?
So we don't collect demographic information on the application. So I'm not sure that we would be able to get that.
Okay, so you don't, okay.
It's
So racial
not a question.
equity
It's-
isn't a goal for the camp, it's more equity in terms of income?
At this time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then programming, does that get targeted in terms of the equity stuff, or is it more just on the income demographic?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Like accessibility of programming for kids who may have ESE issues or disabilities or other.
Absolutely. So there's actually quite a bit of training for the camp counselors in meeting the needs, diverse needs of campers, whether those be social needs, communication needs, scheduling needs. Yes, I would say to a large extent they're able to accommodate a wide variety of campers, yes.
Thank you.
Saw someone else. Is it that Commissioner Alford? Go ahead.
Thank you. When scholarship funds run out, is a public appeal made or anything like that so that we can accommodate as many needy students as necessary?
Sure. I think this would go back to something that Ms. Board Member McGraw mentioned about marketing, and we are working with camp staff. Now that the board has made very clear how scholarships will be funded, we know now how to focus our efforts as far as donations. Dr. Boker has worked on one of our summer ESSER applications to include in an amendment process, allowing us to use ESSER funds for scholarships this summer and next summer. So that'll give us some time to work on our donations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Commissioner Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. So there's 984 spots, is that right?
That's right.
How many in the last, just say, 2 years were scholarshiped?
Well, I don't have that number in front of me. I would say roughly, 50 to 60 scholarships per summer. And this summer there are fewer.
And who makes that decision? Is there a committee? Is it the
now,
camp director? Who is it?
So beginning with this summer, there is a scholarship committee that awards as many scholarships as there are donations to fund them.
And are you anticipating, again, 50 to 60?
At this time, no, although we are still trying to ascertain how many spaces we have available for scholarships. I think that number will be closer to between 15 and 40 this year.
Okay, 15 and 40. Okay, and then using your guidelines, SNAP, what percentage of your students are on free and reduced lunch?
Students in the district?
Yes.
I'm not sure I know
Because
that.
right now, you're saying you're anticipating about 40 scholarships, which is about 4%, 5%. What percentage of your children that you serve are on free and reduced lunch?
So I'm not, it looks like I'm phoning a friend.
And how can we align those? I mean, you see where I'm going.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Alex Sarla, Chief of Finance. So obviously the number fluctuates. Typically, we're around 52% free and reduced lunch count as a district incorporating charter schools and traditional public K-12.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farella. So let me ask Ms. Peoples now. So I remember when Tuscaloosa was purchased because Commissioner Wheeler was down there, not a commissioner at the time, and Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Hutchinson, Commissioner Byerly and Pinkerton and myself said, you know, we need to provide opportunities for this 52% of our kids to experience what many in our community experience at Camp Crystal. So you reported at the beginning we had 141 kids. How many weeks is our program?
Our program is 8 weeks. The difference between Camp Crystal and Cuscahuilla is that ours is a day camp, theirs is an overnight camp. The lion's share of our attendees are, they attend because they are scholarship recipients. So there are certain criteria that the Children's Trust will allow them to scholarship. So they have to be on a 504 plan. They have to have certain financial criteria. So the lion's share of our attendees actually do meet that criteria.
Okay, so I just want to speak to my commissioner just for a minute. If we have an issue with transportation, I'd like to move that our staff get with the school board staff, bring back transportation solutions to help facilitate the county's Cuscahuilla summer camp program. Okay, so hopefully we can solve on our side whatever that problem is, because that's what we need to be doing for our kids, especially our kids that have never experienced that. So hopefully our staff will get with your staff, school board. I would also ask that the school board think about these numbers. We have 141 mostly kids that have never experienced camp going to Tuscaloosa. We have a school board-owned Camp Crystal where less than 10% of your kids are able to access that when over 50% of your kids are on free and reduced lunch. And I would love to hear some discussion about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, plenty, but I will, Dr. Rockwell.
So in terms of the scholarships, the difference from previous years was there weren't criteria. So kids were getting scholarships who didn't necessarily have a financial need. So I don't want us to compare the 50 to 60 scholarships from last year to the number this year. Right, and how they're funded. But what I want to say, what I perceive as the issue to access and I've brought this up in other public meetings, is that we currently prioritize students who are returning campers and their siblings. And I think that means that you get the same groups of students every year and similar demographics of students every year. And I personally think that we should be trying to get as many children this sleepaway camp experience as possible. And so I personally think that we should be prioritizing new campers over returning campers. That's not how we do it. That won't change for this year because all of the materials have been approved for this year. But I think that's something we do need to look at moving forward if we want to make equitable access a priority for Camp Crystal's summer camp.
All right, anyone else?
I was just going to explain a little bit more about the scholarships. In the past, they were funded, my understanding is by out-of-county residents who came in, and if we had 964 slots, I think there was approximately 250 or more out-of-county children who were coming, and as a board, we discussed that we felt Alachua County children should have first priority, and that's why that changed. And so that's why the amount of funding is not clear because we don't have that out-of-county scholarship, the extra $100 that they would pay to go to Camp Crystal. But we do for 2 years have, I think, 15 extra scholarships that we've used with ESSER funding.
25 each summer, yes, ma'am.
25 each summer. And so what'll happen after 2 years, I don't know, but that is the difference. And as a board, we thought it was important that Alachua County kids have access first instead of legacy kids from people who had attended a long time ago.
Yeah, so all of that. And we got some criteria for the scholarship, and we're hoping to have a dedicated funding source versus just out-of-county fees, which needs, the out-of-county fee, I'm of the mindset that we need to really re-examine that to see. But we're kind of righting a ship that was tipped over. And so we operate a camp, and the school year camp is subsidized by general fund, so we really have to be careful in how we spend our general fund dollars, which are so precious, and making sure that we don't spend money on something that's not FTE generated now that those dollars are getting more scarce. So we're looking at camp and trying to make sure that we are being good stewards of district funds. But so that's all I have.
Motion on the floor, so I'm going to ask if there are any more commission comments or any public comment. If no other commission comment, okay. Any public comment to the motion on the floor to have our staff work with school board staff to come up with a solution for transport to Tuscaloosa this summer?
I have one other comment.
My only discussion on that, Madam Chair, is we've had transportation for 2 years.
No, I know.
Okay, I mean, I know these members. I know they, especially after hearing maybe some of the stats just now, I know that they want to help facilitate, well, I presume, that they want to help facilitate the vast majority of kids that don't have access to camp, 141, to be transported down there. And I mean, look, we're providing the camp space, we're paying the Children's Trust, who did a competitive grant, they're providing food. I mean, this is one of these intergovernmental, let's do this thing together. But it, to me, is even more critical hearing what I just heard about the lack of access at a school board-owned facility. I think it's even more critical that these kids have access to this type of programming. And I have heard what steps have been taken to kind of make some corrections in Camp Crystal. I just hope you all continue down that road and make that camp, because my kids experienced it. Heck, I think I might have experienced it back in when I was in school. And it's a legacy, beautiful asset of this community that's owned by the school board. And everyone should have access to it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll vote on the motion. It did sound to me like it was logistics with bus drivers more than it is about the resources. So hopefully we will find a solution to this. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion carried.
All right, thank you. Dr. McNeil, you had something? That was their motion. They were voting. Do you have something you want to add?
Well, yeah, I do. And I heard Commissioner Cornell and their board state how important both camps are. And I've already looked at the superintendent while Cornell was speaking, and I've whispered to him, I know what you always say, Chairman.
They're going to pay for it. We just got to find the people.
We are going to do that.
Okay.
I put myself out there, Commissioner Cornell. We will have transportation, even if I have to get a CDL. Thank you.
Okay. So listen, I'm not trying to like throw shade at my commissioners down here, right? But they can offer those scholarship spots because CTAC, the trust can give them. But see, we can't get trust funding. The school district can't by law. So we're not able to do much. So we're trying to like kind of corral and get our ducks in a row so we can do a little bit more. And Ms. Wise got a finger up. Yes, ma'am.
No, but I thank you, and I thank you for the feedback. But I do just want to make sure that everyone knows that I do see the difference between being a summer camper and a during the school year camp. But every single one of our second graders goes for a day at no cost. And every single fifth grader also goes, no matter their free or reduced lunch status, for that Wednesday through Friday at camp. And so every one of our elementary students, if they're with us for those grades, does get that opportunity, which recognize isn't the same as summer camp. But we do prioritize that camp experience blended with that academic and building that background knowledge so that they're better readers. So I appreciate the feedback and share your passion to make sure that kids have access to something so special. And it's the 75th anniversary of Camp Crystal last year, so you probably did make it.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
You're less than 75 years old, Ken.
54. Sometimes I feel old.
Dr. Rockwell, yes.
So I just wanted to point out that we already mentioned that our priority is our extended summer program. And I wanted to point out that what Commissioner Wheeler said about having a reading immersion, that's what our extended summer program is. It's a extended, normally our summer school program is just a couple of partial weeks with shortened days. We're talking full day program for 5 weeks. And reading intensive for all of our elementary school students with an additional math extended day at our SI schools. So we're talking about from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. intensive reading immersion. And that's so critically important right now. And that's why we have to put our bus drivers there first. And so as a board, we told staff that we were okay with them prioritizing that summer program transportation before providing transportation to any other programs. And I hope that we can come to a solution. I hope that we can figure out a way with liability that maybe we can bring in some CDL certified people who aren't district employees. I don't know what we can do. but I just want to make it clear that it's not about funds and it's not about us not wanting to provide the transportation. It's about prioritizing this literacy intensive summer program.
Okay, you have something?
Thank you. I was just going to say, I know we're going to have our staff work on this, but maybe it's as simple as us renting some of your buses. I don't know if that's a possibility, but
Say renting up-
like rent the bus and then we use it and we hire the drivers. But anyway, just a thought.
Get the transportation director and legal. Yeah, we're gonna punt over there to them, and we're gonna go on our. Man, the time kind of gets away from us.
I know. Well, that's because we did all that fun stuff. But it is my pleasure now to introduce you to one of my smartest, best friends, Uma Shankar, to talk to you about technology and connecting our students.
And before Mr. Shankar comes forward, I just want to tell my colleagues, so this connectivity grant that we applied for last year, I was at FSBA and it was mentioned, and then I saw one of those FSBA emails that came through and they had the grant thing in there, and I sent it to Mr. Cottle and I think I copied you on it. And I was like, I don't know if we can do this. The date is coming up really quick. And we did it and got it. So it was like, so I'm saying that to y'all that we get like a gazillion of those little emails from FSBA. Look at them because they may have some good opportunities in them sometime. So go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. We want to share with you what we have done to address the digital equity in our community among our students. So as Mr. Chair mentioned, we had an opportunity to use the Emergency Connectivity Funding. In short, it's ECF. It's a federal funding. It's a pandemic-related funding, and it's one-time funding. We were fortunate in it to qualify for that funding. While we have Wi-Fi in every classroom in our schools and high-speed network in every school, the challenge was in the community. How do we provide connectivity for our students so that they can access our digital resources before school, after school, on the weekends? How do we address digital inclusion? Because as you all know, digital equity is not a choice anymore. So what we did was, with the help of the funding, this funding was exclusively for home connectivity. Exclusively for home connectivity. It's a pandemic-related funding. So we were able to provide approximately 7,000 laptops as of now, and we are still distributing. One thing we did with these laptops is, typically laptops come with Wi-Fi, but Wi-Fi requires that your home has internet connection, right? You have to have an existing internet connection. But these laptops, we provided them with 4G LTE, just like your cell phone, so that they have access nationwide, 24/7, anywhere, anytime, and you are not dependent based on your home connectivity. It's a dedicated connectivity to that particular laptop, so that if someone is sharing the bandwidth at home, you're not affected. And it goes with them. So we pre-qualified migrant students and homeless students so that they have connectivity wherever we go. Because digital equity is not a choice, and digital inclusion is not a choice. So in addition to that, we also use the same funding to Wi-Fi 175 buses. So that way, our students will have connectivity from home, bus to school, and they can access the content anywhere, anytime. So this is our metrics. So we are still distributing, and as you can see in the map, our distribution spans the entire county, not just city and rural areas. It's across the county. Anyone can apply. We are still distributing. And of course, this funding is, as you all know, Congress is going to sunset the pandemic funding. The challenge is, how do we fund the connectivity? The device is ours. Device is owned by the School Board of Alachua County. But how do we fund the connectivity? As you all know, connectivity is not just a socioeconomic issue. It's a zip code issue, right? So it requires multiple partnerships. It requires collaboration with the vendors. So what we are asking is, this county pioneered one of the free nets in the 90s. If you all remember Alachua free net, anyone can dial up, get an email, get a website. We need that in the wireless world. We need that for our students and community members. We need connectivity where after this funding ends for LTE connectivity, students can access Wi-Fi anywhere. Some examples would be, we could pre-qualify families. County can, our funding at this time, traditional funding, only can be used for brick and mortar. This is one-time funding that can be used for home. Typical K through 12 funding is only used for brick and mortar. So now the community needs to, we want the community to help us because all these devices need connectivity. And one option would be to fund the families, pre-qualify certain areas where there's no connectivity, working with the cell providers. So there are many, many options available. So we request you to explore those. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Certain. I was hoping that we might allow our staff, Mr. Tommy Crosby is here, and he's going to quickly give an update on what we're working on with regards to broadband and Wi-Fi at the current time. And then I guess my question is, what is it costing? You don't have to answer this question right this minute, but after Mr. Crosby goes, what is the cost, the current cost out of that grant for the individual connectivity side of things? Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Certain.
And can
Tommy
ARPA be
Crosby,
used?
Assistant County Manager for Alachua County. So I was asked to provide an update, kind of aligns with the conversation today. The county, as you may be aware, has committed $15 million of our American Rescue Plan award allocated towards rural broadband. We are looking at residential broadband outside of the Gainesville area, and we have started a local technology planning team. We actually started a regional technology planning team with Alachua, Gilchrist, Union, and Bradford County. Bradford County has started its own local planning team. Gilchrist has a solution, so Union County is still hanging with us, but we have transitioned to be more focused centered on Alachua County. We have approximately 25 participants. The school board is represented by Nathan Foote currently. He attends our meetings. And this is a board that is following the Department of Economic Opportunity, Office of Broadband's toolkit, is what they call it, going through those steps of identifying where the needs are. We have some challenges in the community, and really they're state challenges. All of the different agencies, mostly federal government agencies, have had some type of allocation for rural broadband. And that includes the U.S. Department of Agriculture, of which we have a grant request for the southern end of Alachua County of about $50 million. We're waiting to hear a response from as a county. There is the traditional FCC grants, of which a lot of private vendors, your Windstreams, your Cox Cables, your AT&Ts, et cetera, Comcast, have traditionally bid on those areas. Those are bid on by them, and they have so many years then to place broadband in those areas. And now the largest pot of money is called BEADS. So those are federal dollars coming through the Department of Commerce. So you have multiple agencies at the state. BEADS will be coming out in the fall. They're trying to funnel them through DEO, Department of Economic Opportunity in Tallahassee, because they're not supposed to overlap federal grant award areas. So far they have been. Actually, the Broadband Opportunity Program just was announced, and it is right on top of some RDOF awards from the FCC and some other federal awards. So they've got to work that out. But what it does for us, it makes it challenging because we now have, DEO has a capital project fund award that is due April 21st. The County Commission will be seeing tomorrow actually on their agenda two support letters, one for AT&T, which is proposing about 6,600 homes, again, in the south end of the county between Archer all the way to Hawthorne area, and another company called IBT, who has about 2,500 homes identified, some in the High Springs northwest area, as well as Hawthorne and north of Hawthorne area. They actually have a longer-term vision when BEADS comes out to address the north end of the county. So all of these dollars that are coming in are really nothing more than a subsidy so that internet service providers or ISPs can afford to operate in a rural environment. Right now, their market doesn't allow for that. Their financial numbers don't make sense for them to run internet. One of the things we've discovered over the year, the last year that I've been working on this project is that the connectivity and the speeds are started at 25 down, 3 up as a minimum. They're quickly becoming obvious that symmetrical 100, 100 is going to be really the only thing acceptable by most grant applicant awards. The only real solution is fiber. There are some places for cell service, and so we're looking at the most remote areas where you have one home in the middle of 500 acres or even 100 acres, where it becomes very expensive to run fiber into those areas for that one home cost effectively. Another provider that is getting into business in the west side of Alachua County, Cyber by Central Florida, who is actually a offshoot of Central Florida Electric, which is a cooperative electric company in the Newberry area and then in other counties, is now in the fiber business. They're going to offer broadband, that base 100 service for every one of their customers within the next 3 years. They're already building out. They've already started building out. Clay Electric, which encompasses about 80% of our rural area, provides electricity for about 80%. They have yet to make an announcement of whether they're going to get in the business. They have been researching for over a year. They were supposed to announce this summer. There is some legislation that is now causing them some concern. Again, they have to have an economic model that is viable. We won't try to get into the details of their concerns over the bills, but they're waiting to see how the legislation plays out before they make a decision of whether they're going to go into the broadband business. The advantages to cooperatives doing it is they already have electrical easements and poles. So all they have to do is run fiber into that electrical space and bring on crews that specialize in internet versus electricity. The take rate is the big concern, and a take rate is out of all of the customers are offering, what is the percentage of people that take advantage of the service and pay for it? They need traditionally at least a 60% take rate and of customers that are available. And right now, they would probably get that because there's not other people in the market. If you flood the market with 2 or 3 ISPs, and people like to call it competition, but in this world, the reason why government gets involved is competition can kill all vendors because none of them can get enough people on board. So we're waiting to see how that plays out. It's caused some challenges for us as a county to move forward. We were hoping to have things moving forward by now, but we are still optimistic. Again, we have 2 grants that we're endorsing now through the LTPT as well as the county commission. For those 2 grants, we have about 43,000 unincorporated residents. And when I say unincorporated, I mean outside the city of Gainesville. That does include the small cities. So we have about 43,000 non-Gainesville, if you will, households that we're looking at. We have done some surveys. We would love to have the school board help us again. I know that y'all did a backpack survey some time ago. We have a survey as well that we mailed out. The responses were not what we had hoped, less than 10%. We've had less than 10% respond to the Department of Economic Opportunities broadband speed test that they asked people to go to. The challenge with that is if you look at an FCC map per se, you'll see a lot of that everybody's covered and they are provided service. That's because they're using internet satellite, which has a lot of problems. When you go back and are able to challenge that, you see that a lot of people are either underserved or unserved from a technology standpoint. We also only endorse, the county will only endorse those that are part of the Affordability Act. So both of the vendors that are applying now, or ISPs that are applying now, provide for the affordable discount based on income. So that's where the county is, unless the commissioners can think of something I left out. Tried to download all we've been talking about, but happy to answer questions.
All right, so I want to ask one question. Is the survey, you still needing help getting that pushed out, or is the survey closed now?
No, we still have the survey out. It's always open, but we would like it would be nice to have another push. And since you have kind of a captive audience, it would be nice if we could get another backpack survey.
Yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Andrew and Ms. Johnson if it's something we could possibly push out through Peach Jar and target it if it's in a particular area. But maybe that is something we can help with. But sorry, President Pritchett.
Yeah, I just quickly wanted to say, if we can, like, somehow, like, through especially those that have the laptops, those are going to be our challenged folks, although they're going to have that 4LGTE at home, so they're not going to be able to do the speed test, but at least they could fill out the survey. Commissioner Alford, did you want to fill in the gaps with regard, or any gaps that you?
I just had a thought. It doesn't cover the LTEs, but Tommy, I seem to remember there being a federal opportunity for neighborhood level Wi-Fi as a bridge while we're going through some of these issues. Would that be possibly for some of these students a possibility? I see head nodding behind you. If that's a grant possibility for maybe the school board to look into in partnership with, I don't know, some of the small cities or maybe even churches or other centrally located places that could house that Wi-Fi?
So obviously there are a lot of technology opportunities, and I don't even pretend to be a IT expert. I'm a CPA.
He's the accountant. He's the accountant.
I guess because it's a lot of money. Having the research that we have done, that may work in some of the suburban areas, and there may be some neighborhood type. The challenge we have, and I didn't mention this earlier, is we are real cautious against cherry picking that we've talked about. And what we mean by cherry picking is you see a lot of providers come in and they want to grab these neighborhoods, these especially new developments, and they want to grab them and service just that area. What it does, it drives the cost of true rural citizens way up then, because you can't average your cost out over a large area. So that may work, and we definitely support. GRU goes to every school, fire department, and library in the county. So we know we have a good backbone to attach to. So if we can go from there to some other institutional type buildings where that's available, you could probably push some out. I don't think that's a long-term solution and not something.
No, it's definitely a bridge program, and it was advertised as such. I just thought that might be a possibility to address some of the areas at least, because I noticed that the map showed people spread well across the county. So,
Mr. Shankor, could the laptops that we've distributed to the students, could you push out the survey to them, like when they turn it on, where it kind of would or populate in their email, or there'd be a link where we could, those 7,000 that are out, we could possibly get responses from them? Is that something we could do?
We should be able to, through school messenger. Yeah, everyone. We can send it to everyone, actually.
So, that I do like that through Skyward, but I was wondering, how like when if our computers need to be refreshed and we get that message on the thing there, I was wondering if there could be some kind of link that could go to the units that way.
We'll be glad to look into it.
So I'm just trying to figure out some kind of way of getting an increased response. Commissioner Cornell, I saw your hand there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a great suggestion. I would absolutely encourage that. Tommy, so under the Biden administration's act, what deadline have they set for every person everywhere being connected? I thought it was 2027.
So under the American Rescue Plan, everything has to be done by December 31st of 2026, or January 1 of 27, those dollars. The capital project funds that are now in the Broadband Opportunity Program, the state has said they have a 3-year window. The FCC provided a 5-year window to the RDOF funds. And I believe BEADS is not out yet. You were at the conference where the gentleman that's going to run the BEADS program, and I believe he said the end of 2026 as well, because most of these are tied to the legislation around the COVID dollars.
Right. So commissioners and members, federal government has said to the states, give us a plan of connecting everyone, and you will receive funding to do that. And when they say everyone, they mean no one left behind. Like even that one house that's down the road, around the corner, across the swamp, that's got to be in the plan. And so the state I guess that deadline for submitting that is by the end of 2025
No, the state's plan has,
or 2024?
it's end of this year.
End of this year. So the state has to provide that plan, and then that money should come down. And so we, as you heard kind of the update, we have allocated of our ARPA money, and there's to try to leverage that 15 million to get 50 million and 100 million and get other grants so that we can then deploy in Alachua County. I guess my question for the school board is, of the 6,757 devices, right now they're connected wireless. Do we know, and we know their locations, we know where our kids live, presumably. Are we able to provide that data to the county staff so that they can map and at least identify if broadband is available for those 6,757 devices, and it's just a funding problem, or is it not even available and it's an access problem? Do we know the answer to that question?
No, sir, that's one of the difficult questions. It's really hard to find out whether the home has internet connection. As you know, the definition of a connection can vary based on whether it's cable, fiber, AT&T fiber. So that's the information that's not clear. We know the neighborhoods, but address point at each home level, it has always been a challenge nationwide, as you know. That is also impeded in creating the national broadband map. That is the hardest information, but we can look into it.
Okay, so I think, Commissioners, that if we can work with our school board to identify of the 6,757 devices, do they have access or do they not have access, meaning available broadband, then we can know what we're trying to kind of accomplish here, because we can, if they have Cox or Infinity or GRU or a provider, then it's a funding to connect them. If they don't have that, then they're in the Tommy database of folks that don't even have access that we're trying to get fiber deployed to. And to me, it's like a 3 to 4 year plan. And I would love to, from county resources, prioritize school board students with regards to, first, if they have access, I think there's the $9.99, get them signed up and get them like in it. Without, we know this is an equity issue. If you don't have broadband, you are missing I'm going to call it a utility, like a road, power, food. I mean, so I think this commission agrees with that, and if we understood what that meant, then we could have a further discussion about how we can kind of prioritize those kids and families. It's not just the kids, it's the entire family that helps them with schoolwork, and kind of parallel to what Tommy and Commissioner Alford are doing with the state and the federal government on getting broadband deployed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alford?
I just wanted to ask a question. Does the base level connection at Cox, is that enough bandwidth for the schools to be able to?
Not in a Zoom world.
That's what I thought.
The latest, the first one came out with 25 meg download and 3 meg upload. Now they are looking for 100 meg.
Yeah, so what I would say to our providers, though, Commissioner Alford, is you're asking for letters of support. We're asking for increased speed.
Well, absolutely, and that was good.
There is no one particular, it's a multi-pronged approach. You know, it's a challenge community-wide. One of the things that we can explore is down the road is, can home builders be asked to have network access points built? Because that is always the most expensive part. Just like fire code, can we have an internet code as part of home building? Because that is the most expensive part for a homeowner, is because most of the time you have the infrastructure at the curb. It's bringing from the curb to the home is the most expensive part. So it does require us to reimagine the ways we do things, because it's such a need now.
Dr. Rockwell, is that your light?
I don't know if this is a question that anybody here can answer because it's about Cox's service, but they have their $9.99 and that's for any student. If you're a student, you can get it. But I'm wondering if they have anything specifically for families that can prove a financial burden. So $9.99 is still a lot of money if you are on TANF and SNAP. And I'm just wondering, and if they don't, is there a way that we can collaborate with them to get that?
I do know that I've met with them about their new services that they're bringing, and I assume that those services match the ones where they already have service, which is that they do have free programs out there. But I don't know that that base program that would be free, and you have to qualify for it,
Yeah, you have
that if it would be enough to support a Zoom call, and I don't think it would. And that's where I think we need to have more conversations with our providers. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Certain. I guess one of the things to Commissioner Cornell's point, and I think sort of the bigger picture conversations also need to be had about the fact that, like, the Affordability Act, I want to say, what is it, $50, right? And it, I believe, is the baseline. So when we're talking about $9.95 is difficult for people to meet. I think the baseline, am I right, $50?
So the definition of affordable under the American Rescue Plan is $50. Now, there's a $30 discount through the Affordable Ability Act that they also participate in. So I believe the AT&T plan that they're moving forward ends up being a $20 based on income-based test. One of the things with being careful about trying to, what does this provider or that provider provide and offer from this type of conversation, is that the limit of where they currently reside, again, if you look at the GRUCOM lines, if you look at the other cable lines that run in, they're definitely down corridors to populated areas. So our challenge has been rural citizens or rural students. So all of our plans have to address the less cost-effective means of getting it to those students. And that seems to be the challenge, because those are also very poor citizens as well. So our challenge is not making it ISP specific, but saying who's going to take care of this general area. So that's kind of what we're looking at.
Thank you. Well, to finish that thought, I guess what I wanted to say is that I know we're really focused on how do we get the houses connected, how do we make sure that they have a broadband service that's going to be reasonable enough that they can actually do day-to-day activities, 100 down, 100 up. And you all are focused on how do we make sure our kids have the ability to connect so that they can do their schoolwork. I think that you all are addressing a lot of the hardware concerns with, like, giving people a laptop because they don't have things. We're talking about the infrastructure underground. And somewhere in the middle of all of that is the cost of the service once it's provided underground, and the cost of the technology if their family doesn't meet whatever guidelines you all have for a laptop, or that grant goes away. And so I just guess I don't have a solution to this, but I do encourage us to maybe have some time on all of our joint agendas, and to keep kind of thinking about what are our budgets going to be for this, and how do we begin to connect those dots. Because to your point, Commissioner Cornell, we could hook them all up to broadband, and if the families can't afford the $20, we're still going to have to find that $20 somewhere a month to be able to support, to make sure that those families have access to the internet for their kids, if that's going to be our solution for the school kids to be able to get their work done.
Madam Chair, there's also coming forward in the next round from the state in the summer will be a digital equity grants as well, to help address the hardware in the home, not just a laptop, but the Wi-Fi and what happens when it gets inside the house. That'll be coming in the summer.
So I think I heard two things, or two questions that needed to be answered, or that we could likely assist with. The issue of identifying how many of our students have connectivity challenges, meaning that they don't have access to broadband, and then the number of students who would have the challenges paying. So I think that is where we can possibly help, and as well as pushing out the survey to get additional information. So I guess maybe we get a motion so that we could direct staff to make sure we have this done. We kind of formalize it, that they would develop some type of survey, whoever the appropriate staff is, so that we can survey our families to provide some needed information to the county around the number of our students who have challenges for access and don't have access to broadband in their home, and right, we send out, and in the pay-in. So if you have the survey for us to send that out, yes. So can we get a motion for that so we can agree to do that to provide that info?
I move that we collect data from our students on who lacks availability for broadband and who has an affordability issue for connecting to existing broadband so that we can provide that information to the county.
And it sounds like, just to amend that, she says they have the survey, so we just be pushing it out. So we have that motion. Could I get a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion or any citizen input? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, so we will work with you all, our staff. Mr. Schenker, you work with them to get that done. All right. Whew. Rezoning, school rezoning and planning. I don't see, oh, Ms. Nguyen, I see you back there. I'm not sure who's going to set this up, so I'm going to turn to, we have, on February 7th, we decided to do some spot rezoning, and that was our last meeting decided, the majority of the board decided not to go that route to do comprehensive rezoning, but we have some other issues that feed into rezoning and planning, and I see a gentleman going to the podium. This is your guy, BOCC.
Yeah, we asked our team to prepare a presentation about our interlocal agreement and sort of our comprehensive plan and how it relates to these issues, and then thought we would just have a quick discussion where we could hear about what you all are planning for comprehensive rezoning and what the next steps are, and then we could just have a dialogue. So I guess with that, I ask Mr. Chumley to take it away.
Thank you. Ben Chumley with the Alachua County Department of Growth Management. I don't have a formal presentation. I just am going to give kind of an overview of public school planning and the relationship to growth management. And that really starts with the public school facilities element, which is adopted as part of the Alachua County Comprehensive Plan. And I believe all of the municipalities still have a similar element adopted in their comprehensive plans as well. And that element essentially lays out how school capacity planning is coordinated between the local governments and the school board. It ensures that public school capacity is available concurrent with the impacts of development decisions. And it also lays out level of service standards for public school concurrency. So that's the first main document. The next thing is the interlocal agreement for public school facilities. And that lays out in a bit more detail the operational aspects of how school planning and school concurrency are implemented through land use, zoning, and the development review process. And the interlocal agreement also identifies school concurrency service areas on maps for elementary, middle, and high schools. So when we talk about public school concurrency, that's really measured in terms of capacity of the particular type of school within that concurrency service area. It's not necessarily school by school basis. So it's based on concurrency service areas which are mapped in the interlocal agreement. So county staff does coordinate with the school board staff on all land use, zoning, and development applications. We do send every application to the school district staff. They review those and they get us back comments as to whether there is adequate capacity within the particular schools within that concurrency service area. Based on the level of service standards that are adopted as part of the public school facilities element and the interlocal agreement. So there's essentially kind of a two-level approach to public school facility analysis and school concurrency. The first level is at the land use or the rezoning stage, and that review level is kind of a planning level analysis where staff, school board staff lets us know whether capacity is available and if not, suggest potential remedies. A concurrency determination is not made at the land use or rezoning stage. The concurrency determination is actually made at the next stage, which is the development plan stage. And at that point, a formal concurrency analysis and determination would be made by the school board staff. For development to meet its concurrency obligation, the capacity has to be available based on the adopted level of service standards within the applicable concurrency service area or the adjacent concurrency service area, or those facilities would be under construction within 3 years of the issuance of the final development order. So that's kind of the measure of how school concurrency would be satisfied. If the level of service standards cannot be satisfied, then there is a mitigation process that's spelled out in the interlocal agreement to determine what improvements would need to be made in order to ensure that the level of service standards continue to be met, and what the developer's particular share of that obligation would be. So that's kind of a general overview of school concurrency and the public school facilities element. Very general overview. If you have questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you so much. I guess one of the questions that I had was more of a question it might be for you all. And currently we have concurrency at least for our elementary schools. I know they sort of all touch. So we always kind of have concurrency, which I know is one of the reasons why you're addressing rezoning, and we really, really appreciate it. So what you're saying is if they created a different system where we didn't always have concurrency, and there was a development that was being proposed in Jonesville, where most of the developments are being proposed, and there wasn't concurrency, there would be a requirement that what happens, that the school board come up with a plan for education for those children, that the development not be approved until that concurrency can be met? Like, what happens in that scenario?
At the development plan stage, if there was not adequate capacity, I think what would likely happen is the school board staff would give us a recommendation on how that level of service deficiency could be mitigated, whatever that would be. And then there would be kind of a mitigation negotiation process with the developer to try to determine what needs to be done to remedy that and what the developer's proportionate share of those costs would be before the development moves forward. And to my knowledge, I don't believe we've ever had to deny a development due to lack of school concurrency.
Dr. Rockwell.
I mean, my question is kind of along the same lines, like we wouldn't have had to deny a development because of concurrency when our elementary concurrency zones all touch. So I guess I'm just sitting here wondering how we ended up with this concurrency zone map that basically allows for development anywhere with no mitigation plan, and has put us in a situation where we have lots of capacity in one area of our city, of our county, no capacity in the other area of our county, and we're still saying, oh, it's fine, go ahead, we have concurrency. I'd like to know how we got here, because it's put us in a really rough position.
That was a previous board. 2017 is when the number of concurrency districts, or early 2018 when they were reduced from 9 to 3. So that was a previous school board. So, and the advice that we were wanting to, before the last board left, or I had suggested we change that, increase it to at least 5. And we had got some guidance, but a whole lot of COVID and all that stuff like that. But that is something that has to change, and we need to look into changing that. And I see Ms. Nguyen is there, so I'm going to let Ms. Nguyen, but we can, that change happened under a previous board, school board. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Nguyen. I'm the Director of Planning and Major Construction for the School Board of Alachua County. The change from 9 concurrency service areas to 3 happened previous to me. And the reason that it happened, one of the reasons is because at the DOE level, the Department of Education level, they look at and approach concurrency at the district-wide level. And previous to when those changes happened, we did not have a sales tax. And in order to build capacity, you had to show just cause to build capacity, that you didn't have the capacity anywhere in the county. And so those changes were made. And as my colleague mentioned, there are 3 ways to show that you meet concurrency, either in a given concurrency service area, you have adjacency, or there's going to be capacity provided in the next 3 years. So the challenge with proportionate share agreements is how do we get enough funding to build facilities to have additional capacity? So the annual concurrency report is done every year, and that's to be used as a planning tool, and including rezoning, redistricting, which has not been done for a very, very long time. So that's something that has been launched, just now, recently. And so that process will be looking at using our available capacities more efficiently at elementary, middle, and high school levels. I sent out an email to all of our interlocal staff working group at the county and the cities to assure that the current information we have on plan reviews and concurrency reviews are accurate, so we can use that data going into our rezoning to plan for those students that are expected to come to our school district within the next 3 to 5 years. So to account for that. I think I look at this as kind of an iterative process in my mind. We're in the process of a district-wide rezoning. We're in the process of an overall strategic plan. And I think with those things coupled together, then there needs to be the unfolding of the reevaluation of our facilities capital improvements projects list. And there may be a need to build more capacity in the West. There may not be. I think of places like the city of Newberry that are on the far reaches of Alachua County and the development that's happening out there. Given the restrictions on the amount of time students can be on buses, et cetera, that might be a good place to build capacity at the elementary school level. But what we have the ability to do now that we have the sales tax is to build capacity without getting DOE approval through a plant survey or a spot survey. If we were to use the 1.5 mil funding source, which is what we had back when we changed concurrency service areas, we would have to prove a need for additional capacity to use those funds at the elementary school level, the middle school level, or the high school level, depending on what school we wanted to build, what school level we wanted to build capacity. So does that make sense? So I think one of the biggest challenges with proportionate share is if there's going to be a dollar value attached to that, then how do we build that capacity with all the needs that we have across our district? In the West, we have capacity issues. In the East, we have older schools and old, facilities that need to be renovated, modernized, demolished, rebuilt. So there's a lot of need. And how do we use our funds in the best way possible? So.
I think Commissioner Cornell had a question, and it looks like Commissioner Alford has her light on. But Mike, I'm looking at the mic lights. I don't know how to use the other. And then I'll ask my question after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of things. Has the school board done an analysis of how the recent legislation, which will allow for kids to use vouchers, will affect the current capacity? Or are we kind of a wait and see? Because I'm not sure I would even know how to predict that.
I think that's part of the challenge with school planning is trying to predict those potential changes. And I have not done an analysis. I'm not aware of a way to do that analysis. I'll ask Mr. Rella?
Mr. Rella, is he here?
Mr. Rella Bueller. I'm not aware that he's done that either. I think it's a big unknown, especially when I'm hearing there is the potential that this would allow parents to get paid directly. So that's a big unknown.
Okay, so Dr. Rockwell, I think, kind of nailed it when we said, how do we get here? When you went from 9 to 3, you automatically have, now there's never a lack of capacity. We know that's just not true. So I appreciate the comments I heard of maybe y'all are working on going from 3 either back to 5 or 9. I would also say that the last time I think we met here in person, the previous board and our previous board asked the school board, when are you going to start impact fees? So I would ask that again. I know if you don't have impact fees, then the people that are paying for growth are the people that are here, not the people that are coming here. And so, we are looking at that on our agenda. Actually, tomorrow, we're looking at the multimodal modal fee. Last time we updated it was 10 years. So we're looking at it from a transportation standpoint. The city of Newberry is implementing impact fees. I think everyone kind of knows that if we don't have impact fees, then the existing people here are paying for that growth. We also know that it's not $1,000 a day. We've been talking about this a lot at the county commission. It's actually 1,142 people a day are moving into our state. That is a lot of people with no end in sight. And so I think our community has kind of recognized that, where we were in 2017 and 2018 as a community talking about impact fees and where we are today, our community knows and is seeing and is sitting in cars and recognizing in schools that are over capacity the need for impact fees. So I would hope that you all bring that up as part of the comprehensive stuff that you are doing. I have said, since I re-ran for my 3rd term and was talking to voters, that the toughest job in the county is y'all's job, school board members. You're dealing with rezoning, you're dealing with overcrowding, you're dealing with undercapacity, overcapacity, redoing concurrency, impact fees. So that's a lot of pain. And HB1, yeah, it's a lot of pain. And as a county commissioner, I'm here to just kind of support your efforts on those tough discussions with the community because I think, you're informed. And we would love to be a partner in helping you with all of that because we know the cost of growth. We know we have to prepare for it. And I think we are doing whatever we can on some of the non-school related stuff. But from the school related stuff, y'all need to tell us we can't afford the development without a new school from a concurrency standpoint, or what can we do to impact, to help you all with the impacts of that new development. I'm not here to stop development at all. I'm just here to say someone's got to pay for it. And the people that live here now shouldn't be bearing the entire burden of that. So as a county commissioner, those are my comments to you all, and I would encourage you to implement that study and get impact fees at least going and on the books.
Thank you, Commissioner Cornell. We actually had drawn up the language, to kind of pass over to you guys for approval. I think it was 2 fees we had discussed, the past board had discussed, was having a fee for the western part of the county and a fee for the eastern part, because it was the western part of the county that was putting the strain on, and the eastern part of the county where we had the excess capacity. But that was held up because of a lawsuit in Santa Rosa County, so we didn't go forward with that because of that. And Santa Rosa County actually lost their lawsuit for impact fees along with, so if we go forward, it has to be 1 fee. That's where I'm going with that. So we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and just have the 1 fee, because the 2 that we had initially discussed when we were as a board and were agreeing with, legal counsel had told us to wait on that. So that was kind of the stop on that.
Well, I think we're going to have some discussions about dual fees in different areas of the county tomorrow, because I kind of feel like that same thing. If you're developing in the eastern part of the county where infrastructure exists and capacity, why would you pay an impact fee as high as on the western side of the county? I don't know what the legal arguments are for that and if we can even talk about that, but I want to encourage development to the east where there's capacity. And I know we've been talking about, East Gainesville for many, many years. So we'll have some of those discussions tomorrow. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and if I can, I think that I know that you all had the Santa Rosa County example, and I think, but I would be great if your board would move forward with exploring and planning to look at impact fees again, because I know there's plenty of successful school impact fees around the state, and so hopefully we could find a model that would work for you all, because I think that each year that passes, each day that passes, we're approving more and more developments, and I just think back to when I look at all the major developments that have happened and what we might have generated for you all, and I just want to make sure, or what you all might have generated for yourselves in terms of those impact fees, and making sure that that could be something that would come on the table, as well as some of this concurrency conversation as we move forward with comprehensive rezoning. But I did have a question, Chair Certain, for Ms. Nguyen, if I could. I know you're just getting started on the comprehensive rezoning thing, but do you have is there a roadmap? Because I know you were starting that process and then sort of were stopped because of COVID and a lot of other things, and then are kind of restarting this process. Is there a roadmap that you're going to follow, a process or a timeline that you all have kind of set up yet? And I apologize, I didn't get a chance to watch.
There is a timeline. Is that posted on the website, Jackie? The timeline overall, just in general, is to have the whole process completed by the end of this calendar year to be in effect for August of 2024. And it will be K-12 comprehensive. I'll let Miss Jackie Johnson talk to the website that we have available as we go through this process.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a website set up. It is sbac.edu/rezoning. It has a lot of the documents that we've provided, data on student capacity, walking zones, things like that, but it also has a list of our public meetings. So we had a workshop last week. We have another board workshop tomorrow at 10 a.m. Then we have a series of 5 community meetings that are happening in late April and early May. And the goal of those meetings is to present that same data to people throughout the community and give them a chance to give us some input before any maps are drawn, before we create any proposed boundary lines. And then the plan is to, once we've gotten that public input, the staff would start working on a proposed plan, which would be presented to the school board in early August. Then we would have another series of community meetings, share those maps with the public, get their input again, and the goal is for the board to vote on a final plan on November 7th.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one citizen input form. Let me get that before we continue on, and if we have any calls, we'll take them. Mr. Kylie Blunt, if you would. And Ms. Nguyen, do you have a presentation, or were you just going to kind of talk or just entertain questions?
I do not have a presentation. I wasn't informed.
Okay, I just didn't want to overlook you. That's why I asked, okay? Mr. Blunt, you can come.
Your previous item kind of suggests a lead-in for what I want to say on this one. If providing that equipment for people's connectivity is as difficult and unattainable as inclusionary zoning has been, I have little hope for it happening. And that's what keeps us in this situation of having an area, an environment that is like 2 separate cities. Or, well, you're thinking at the whole county, but, and we know in East Gainesville, so many school facilities have not been well maintained or updated and are underutilized. So when you're thinking of zoning, what is the thought about parents who may be almost ruled out of participating in their children's school experience as far as going to conferences, going to school activities? That parent who may be working multiple low-paying jobs, and he may even have children in more than one school, and they don't own their own transportation, and so many routes cut off early on the east side. zoning made us cut them out of a possibility of being active participants in their children's schooling.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blunt. Any other citizen input? You can just go to the podium and give us your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes with the board.
Hello, my name is Sherry Thomas Krinke. I'm a resident of Island Grove and president of the Hawthorne Area Community Foundation. I'm on the PTO of both of those schools, and I'm a Hawthorne alumni. And I just wanted to come here today, since everybody's here, and make an ask regarding fundraising for our championship rings for our girls basketball team. This is their second state championship in 3 years. We, as a small, underserved, underfunded, economically depressed community, kind of made it happen for the boys when they won the state championship in December. But our girls, we still need to make some money or raise some money for them. So I was hoping that between these two boards, we can try to do something to let these kids know that we see what they're doing and the hard work that they put in, and make sure that they are recognized for their actual achievements. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
How much is needed? How much is needed?
I believe each ring is $300, and I want to say that there are 20 rings needed for the girls.
I see Commissioner Wheeler.
Who represents the district in High Springs, and are the school board, are you all representing?
So we have to live in a district, but we represent the county is how that's how it is. So I live in District 1, and for High Springs and Newberry out there, that would be, I live in that district.
Okay, good, good. Okay, I just wanted to know who my partner was up there, because High Springs is looking at another 2,200 living units coming soon to the High Springs area. And the school up there is severely crowded between the elementary and the middle school that's there. The developer of that property up there has offered land, though, for a school. Is that the sort of thing that is a good thing?
Well, it's good and bad, and so in our last, it has its challenges. With School I, the developer donated land, but it cost $31 million to build a school. Okay, so when it comes to opening a new school building or building a new school, there's a lot that goes into that, as you know, fixed cost of operating that. So we have to, right now, we got to rezone our schools before we can say we need another school in another area for anything. I know that they're overcrowded, but yeah. So the mitigation, that is one thing I think that has been done in the past to mitigate the impact on the schools, is a donation of land. But just donating land won't mean we'll get a building, because I cost us $31 million, and that was before construction fund inflation.
Okay, but Newberry is overcrowded, so is High Springs. So, just thinking those two schools, right, or two communities, they're beginning to collaborate a lot in the West because of those kinds of things.
That's wonderful. We're looking at rezoning so that we can try to address some of the issues district-wide. We have to kind of look at all of that, but
okay,
can't give it. But that is,
okay,
I do understand.
It's you and me.
We'll talk. You and I'll talk. I see Ms. Wynn look like she wanted, and I see a light. Ms. McGraw, is that what your light? Okay.
I just want to make one comment.
You go ahead, man.
I was going to say to Commissioner Mary Helen Wheeler, if you look at this, the thing that we receive school capacity to versus enrollment, and I'm glad we're looking at rezoning. We have about, if I'm correct, actual available capacity is saying 6,100 seats. There's food for thought that we have available. Before we build a new school, we do have 6,100.
No, but there's space in Alachua. We got, so why we got to kind of, I'll let Ms. Nguyen. Go ahead, Ms.
Well, we have capacity in Alachua Elementary, Irby. They're 63 and 72%, and then we have Mabane is at 42%.
I'm looking at the wrong pages in because it looked like Irby.
Do you have this one? Do you have this chart?
Yes,
Yeah,
I do. I do. I've been looking at all of them, and but I thought it looked okay. We can talk some more. I'll find you guys because I know that the commissioners in each of these communities are concerned, and I would say that probably we should make sure that somebody from each of the commission is invited to these meetings. So when we're talking about these things, that we can.
Yeah.
We have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have in concert with the annual concurrency report, we have an annual elected officials meeting. And that's something that we invite, we look at and review with our interlocal staff working group previous to that meeting, and then we invite the elected officials to that meeting. We've had, I'm just going to be honest, we've had poor participation in those meetings. And you were here at the last one. I think this go around, there's going to be a lot of interest because I think we need to roll in the conversation about the district-wide rezoning that's happening together with the concurrency report.
Thank you.
And so that's something that I've put an email out to the interlocal staff working group to as soon as today, because our board just made the decision to go ahead with district-wide rezoning. That's definitely happening. So I gave that information to the interlocal staff working group, and then we're going to move forward with, getting to the point of scheduling that elected officials meeting. I think that's a forum for those conversations to happen, for sure. And I know there's a concern. There's a concern about multiple schools that are over capacity. The first thing that needs to be looked at to use our funds sufficiently is to rezone, to use our space that we have as efficiently as possible before we look at building new facilities. And the thing that's challenging with impact fees and also with proportionate share, if you're talking money versus land, or even if you're talking land, again, it takes time to accumulate those funds to build additional facilities. And when we don't have concurrency, adjacency, or planned capacity in 3 years, we start the time clock on the school board to come up with the capacity within 3 years. So that's going to mean new facilities, adding capacity, or it's going to be another rezoning. So those are the challenges with the fees, that I see.
Yeah.
It's not to say that that they shouldn't happen. It's just not going to be an immediate solution. Does that make sense?
Certainly, yes. Just one more quick question,
Sure.
Quick point about this too, because when we're talking about transporting kids from one school to another part of the county, particularly like the kids outside of La Crosse trying to get into Alachua, to Irby or Alachua Elementary, or even High Springs coming in, if we don't have the transportation and we don't have the buses, and often those kids are left because there isn't bus, and that's workforce issue, I know that. And that we're seeing that all over the place. But, when we're starting to reconfigure these things, transportation is going to be an issue. And if a kid can't get to school because the transportation is not there, how are we going to, to discuss whether they're truant from school or just unable to get there? So, please, you all, keep thinking about those, because Hawthorne has issues with transportation coming in, and those little outlying areas do too. So thank you also for more. I know it's not that easy a fix.
One thing that we do have in relation to the rezoning efforts is we have mapped the walking zones to every school at all levels. So within that radius, it's not as a crow flies, it's actually sidewalk networks that students can actually use to bike or walk, or if parents bring students to school. So, and we had a workshop with our board, and I heard direction that it's a priority for us to not rezone students that are in a walking zone to then have them have to be transported by a bus and kind of worsen our transportation situation. So that's something, from that perspective that we're going to be working on. The labor shortage is very challenging.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you. I know it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
There we go. I just wanted to point out that we share High Springs. It's split in half. So we might each have to have a meeting with you, obviously separately. And then I just wanted to say that Mr. Rella is back here, and maybe he can answer Mr. Cornell's question that was asked when he wasn't here.
Did you hear the question?
I don't think we have any mechanism of being able to estimate the impact of H1, but maybe he does.
Yeah, he just wanted to know the impact of HB1 on school capacity, if we have any way to estimate that and when we might have an estimate.
Right, so that's honestly the $1 million question right now is what is going to be?
It'll be more than that, Mr. Rella.
That's the $20 to $25 million question. So yeah, obviously a lot to digest there in terms of trying to figure out this unknown amount of private school students that could be receiving scholarships. And I will say it's very unusual, and it should be so that they pass, the state legislature passes something so impactful without fully understanding the cost of what they're agreeing to. So they have, in response to a lot of feedback they've received from CFOs, superintendents, and of course board members, as we go into like this unknown period of enrollment and what's going to happen. They have actually done an additional FTE estimating conference that they're going to be incorporating into their budgetary runs. So that's going on, I think, maybe the end of this week. So I think the legislative staff is starting to realize that they did something without fully understanding the impact, and they're going not back to the drawing board, but going to hopefully accurately capture as much accuracy as they can how that's going to impact us locally. We do have quite a few charter schools. I don't necessarily see our students flooding from traditional public K-12 to private, although we'll probably see some of that. I think my concern is more of students that are already in private schools receiving these government vouchers, which, mathematically, if you increase the overall number of students, that's going to mean everyone else is going to get less. And there's a lot of nuance to it that I'm not going to go into because this has been a long meeting already. But there's a lot of concerns, of course, with our staff, our board, and our superintendent on the impacts, and we're going to be working on that through the summer. The budget committee has been meeting to kind of look at different areas of the budget that we need to cut, and if things got bad where we'd have to cut. So,
Has the state provided you with the Alachua County impact analysis?
So they provided us with an estimate in terms of how much the enrollment could potentially grow. But again, that was based on kind of dated information and then not necessarily incorporating individual information from the individual private schools. So that's kind of what they're doing, is going back to the drawing board. They're actually calling private schools, are you going to accept vouchers, are you not? And the response that they've received from most of them is they will. And there, obviously is a natural kind of ceiling, at least at this point, on the number of private schools that we have locally and the number of seats they can provide. So that's my big concern is, they're going to be full, we know that. But are they going to be taking kids from our schools, or are they going to be, just receiving a scholarship? And most importantly, are they going to fund it? Are they going to fund what they've done?
When will you know those numbers based on when school starts for Alachua County?
Right, so we have a process, we call it the 10-day counts. It's the first 10 days of school. We're, capturing all the data at the school level, grade level, and the mechanism is in place really for us to move staffing based on the ratio per student to teacher. And generally, after that first week of school, we'll know what we're up against.
What's the first week of school?
School starts on August 10th. So I would say, August, second or third week in August, we should have a pretty good feel for what it's going to look like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair. So, Mr. Rella, before you leave, when does the conference, or is it through the conference report where we find out what the BSA and all and what we'll get funding per student?
Right, so the conference report, they have not scheduled budget conference, but it's most likely going to start next weekend, is what I hear from our lobbyists in Tallahassee. So, between now and then, they've got to get all the student counts. They've got to figure out if they're going to fund this unknown liability of empowerment scholarships. They've got to sort out the FRS rates, which will impact the county as well. It'll impact us and several other budgetary items as they kind of move through what they're going to appropriate, what they're not going to appropriate, et cetera. But that should be next 2 weeks. Yep.
Okay, Big Gray Bog, thank you. We have one citizen that wants to comment on one phone call, so we're going to take that.
Caller, please state your name. You have 30 minutes with the board.
Hi, my name is Deidre Houchin. I'm calling as a private citizen, and I'm also the Alachua County Equity and Community Outreach Manager. One, I just wanted to congratulate these two commissions on their hard work to serve all residents and work together. It's a joy to witness and to watch. And then second, specifically, I wondered if it's possible to use the county platforms, communication platforms, to support the school board's rezoning efforts, get that information out to the community, and surely we at the Equity Office would love to use whatever listservs we have to keep forwarding that information. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for that offer. See what we can do to make that happen. That would be a big help. Thank you.
Well, I actually was going to ask you, has y'all's new equipment been put in place, and how's that all going?
This is our new equipment. This is part of it. And our new camera. So it is working much better than our past, our old equipment that it replaced, and we are forever grateful. I did ask them, why didn't they give us new buttons like y'all have? You know, the little console.
It doesn't work either, so don't worry. Always. It doesn't always work, I should say.
But the microphones are better, the cameras are better. I think we've had some challenges. The challenges that we continue to experience are in like the line feed to 12, but that's nothing that we could replace. That's like millions and millions of dollars is what I was told. But we're a much better place and much better.
I know our PIO is always working with your PIO, and they work together very well, so.
Mr. Sexton has been a big help, I think, even to the gentleman that up in the booth, and I appreciate that so much. We appreciate you all helping us with that.
Madam Chair, if I could, I guess I didn't want to, this was a school rezoning and planning, but I hear Commissioner Cornell's plea, and I'm just echoing the plea that you all please take up impact fees as soon as possible. I think it will make a big difference, and I hear you that there's rezoning happening as well, but I think those two together, I think at least will give the taxpayers and the parents some assurance that we're building the resources that are going to be necessary to build the schools that we're going to need to build, and that we're, as to Commissioner Cornell's point, we're putting some of that burden on the people who are moving here and the developers who are wanting to build here, and not just the citizens who are already here and having to foot a lot of that bill.
I agree. I was toting the water on that impact fee thing when we got that legal advice about waiting on that. So that is a conversation we will pick back up. We have a vacancy in our staff attorney. I'm not sure if we can get that with our external firm that we have pick it up right now, or what the order of that is. If Ms. Nguyen and our concurrency, the company that helps us with that, if they would recommend that we wait until all the rezoning. I think that was the advice that I kind of gathered, that before we redraw the concurrency districts and move forward with the impact fees, that we get the rezoning done, like the laws. And that we're hoping to have the maps done, as was said, like the end of the year. But that was
I'll just say every single day that you don't pass an impact fee is another day that a development is getting built, and there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes, I mean thousands actually, being built in High Springs, Newberry, like all the small cities. So I know we look at Gainesville.
I look at this book when we go through it and we get the concurrency, and I as a school board member, my board that I sit on the City of Gainesville's Planning and Development Board, and I'm at City of Alachua, and when I go, I make input. So I am very well aware of it.
Yeah.
And how many in the 4 years that I've been on the board, and how many developments have been approved. You know, we have Newberry is represented. I think Ms. Abbott is on your board, on the county. I'm not sure what, Dr. Rockwell, you have a couple, right? She's with Newberry.
I have Newberry.
Micanopy?
Yes.
Newberry and Micanopy, and I have City of Gainesville and Alachua. I'm not sure who has High Springs, but So I'm not sure what the other, but we're very much aware of that, and I agree with you. That is something. Ms. Nguyen came back to the podium. You have something else on that?
I wanted to just provide, the last that we had done with impact fees, it was in the staff attorney's office, due to the fact that there was a thought that the impact fees in the two districts may not be defensible with the Santa Rosa case. So last I knew, that was with Mr. Delaney, our staff attorney that we no longer have and haven't had for a while. And there were also consultants that worked on the Santa Rosa case that were being hired. So that's the last I know where the impact fees landed, within the school board with our staff.
Well, I don't know how others feel about this, but I mean, it seems to me that the impact fees are important to our county enough that I don't know if there's any way we can provide some support. But I know that we have a lot of information on impact fees. We're doing I don't think we can do the whole study for you, but certainly if there's any support we can provide, I guess I would ask our staff if our attorney.
We've had two studies done. We've had one that we brought to the board, and then the board asked us to look at two impact fee districts.
Okay.
And we met with your staff and your staff attorney and your, Mr. Dawson. They were very helpful, but it got to the point where the ball was in our court, and we were working with Mr. Delaney, our staff attorney, and the consultants that were hired, from what I understand. So that's where things landed.
Yeah, and we waited because of that Santa Rosa County. That was what it was. They were like, because we were proposing the same fee structure that Santa Rosa County had that was under litigation, and they didn't think it was wise. Yeah, so that is something I guess we circle back to, and I think it is urgent that we do go back to it. It's just,
Yeah.
And that's, I think that's something that, if that's the direction and that's what, Superintendent Andrew directs staff to do, I think one thing that's challenging is we don't have a staff attorney, to my knowledge, so the next steps would be to move forward with, are we doing one fee district or two fee districts, and where do we go from there?
Okay.
All right. I think we're done with that item, don't you? With planning and rezoning? Okay. All right. Intergovernmental coordination.
Chair Surden, can I request a 10-minute break before?
Yes, can we do that?
Sure.
Let's have a 10-minute recess. Come back at 5 o'clock. That clock right there, 5 o'clock. Okay. Thank you. I missed it, maybe. All right, we'll come back to order. Can I get a Twix? I did miss mental health. It's at the bottom of the page. I missed it. So we did have that. All right, we're going to come back to order so we can finish up here. Another thing that we put on our agenda is student mental health as an area that we were hoping that we could talk about possibly some collaboration. So I actually brought this up and asked Commissioner Prisda if we could put this on, because I've been told we have our ESSER dollars and we've made some mental health allocations out for that. But I've been told by staff the challenge has been hiring practitioners to come in. And so I know that you all have the crisis center.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how we can partner to be able to provide services outside of the school day. I shared with our colleagues here. We were away at our national conference about a week ago, and a school district there said that they used some of their federal funds to establish 4 clinics in their county. It was in South Carolina, and mental health was one thing that they were offering there. They used it initially to get the kids caught up on immunization so they can get them enrolled. But then just the challenge with mental health, and they used the federal funds, the ESSER dollars, to hire practitioners to come to the schools, and families were able to make appointments to go to a school that was closest to them. But we still have that practitioner challenge.
Well, I had asked for this on. I know Commissioner Cornell mentioned that he was really interested in having a conversation about it too, but I think that I had a conversation with Ms. Tuck, who is our Community Support Services Director, and she had mentioned that they had a pretty close working relationship with some of your counseling support staff, and I was thinking if we just directed both our staff to work together on a plan that would allow them to connect the dots between our crisis center volunteers as well as the practitioners that we have in CAP and in other partnership programs with the county, I think together, and also the Children's Trust. We're actually meeting with the Children's Trust pretty soon, and the Children's Trust brought up that they also have a priority around student mental health and an interest in collaborating in that space. So maybe we could just each get a motion to direct our staffs to work together with the Children's Trust and the school board on our end, and on your end, Children's Trust and us, to work with stakeholders from the community as well as our staff to put together a plan and bring it back, and we can plan to have another joint meeting. It sounds like about a couple of these different things that we have stuff coming back to us for. And
hopefully if the staff gets together and they come up with something, they can just go forth, even if it's before the joint meeting,
Yeah, if there are things that they can implement without direction, please, by all means, get them moving. But if there's things they need budget for or other input on, then we could have it brought back to us too.
Okay, so could we get a motion to that effect for our staff? I think we have money, right? And we still have a mental health allocation in ESSER. And we just need practitioners some kind of way.
I second Mary's motion, repeating Anna's statement. Is that what you said, Mary?
Yep. I'm making the motion that Ken has already seconded.
Awesome. All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I know we'll take public comment for this. Do you want to just do that jointly? You both have a motion?
Yes, I move that we direct staff to work with the Alachua County Commission, the Children's Trust of Alachua County, and any other community stakeholders needed to develop a plan to collaborate around student mental health.
Motion by Dr. Rockwell. Is there a second? Okay, thank you. And we'll have discussion now. Is there any citizen input? Hey. Push the button.
Turn it on. Click the button.
There you
go.
Oh, I'm Larry Green. I am the Executive Director and Clinical Director of the Gainesville Community Counseling Center, and I appreciate this conversation. Our growth as a county agency was phenomenal in a bad way during COVID. We added on 7 additional staff members and are adding on more, almost, it seems like, monthly. I would encourage you to invite organizations like myself specifically to be at the table. This is the population that we serve. We do have the mobile mental health unit that rolls out to Hawthorne. and can be reallocated and redirected in other areas as well. We are in the process of expanding our services significantly as we move into what hopefully will become a nonprofit hub where one-stop shop for all of the major services, including pharmacy, a food pharmacy, and wraparound services for reentry programs. So I'll touch base with you about that later. But there are lots of providers who are available and can be available. I didn't know you had money set aside for ESSER funds for mental health, or else I would have come and gotten that money and sent somebody to you. So I'm very interested in this. This is the population that we are very familiar with, and we have one current staff member whose focus is children and adolescents, and she's been on for about a year, and she filled up within a month. And so, adding on people who are very interested in working with that population is our next goal. And our agency is very inclusive. We are open to all. We focus on culture, we focus on ethics, and we focus on meeting the needs of the client rather than us telling them what they need.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Anyone else?
I guess my only thing would be, before we vote on our motion, can we have a timeline? I mean, I guess I just was wondering, do we want to, we have the motion on the floor to work together on the literacy plan, and we have the motion to work together now on this plan as well. And I'm just thinking perhaps we want to have another meeting set where we could bring back some of that, what we are actually able to come up with.
So we could, we could work with staff to try to put another a meeting
together.
Follow-up meeting, we can do that. We can have
on the agenda.
Your staff and work with our administrative staff to figure out something. Okay. Citizen input? Come on, you'll come. Mr. Blount, give us your name. State your name, please.
Ali Blount. I have a particular area of concern about LGBT students, and now the state is demanding that if a child wants different pronouns, you have to tell the parent. What if a child watched their parent kick an older sibling out of the household for that same revelation last year? This is not considering, this is taking the agency away from kids if they're looking for support at school because they need it, but doing so will put them in a worse situation at home if they know that their family will cope negatively with that revelation, and they're being forced to just go it alone, which is bad for their mental health.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Yeah, Ms. McGraw.
And so and I'm glad this is on our agenda. But when you think about mental health, we need to make sure we have everybody to the table, because as you know, our crisis right now is behavior and discipline, which is intertwined with mental health, substance abuse. And so I want to make sure we have not yet, we just agreed as a board to move forward with putting a behavior workshop on, maybe sometime coming up, hopefully the first week of May. So maybe you all want to have your staff join in and listen to that, and it's a good thing to actually see what's going on. Part of the problem is we don't need to get to the table and make these decisions without really knowing where our issues are. And that's what's been happening in the past. So when you're dealing with mental health, a lot of these people, they have behavior issues, but they also are dealing with mental health needs. And see, we need to make sure we can address that. As you know, and we've all been watching the news, just what happened in Ocala, unfortunately. And so I'm really concerned to make sure we're more proactive, because even in the Enough is Enough plan that I presented on February 8th, I talked about all of the issues that we have been having, and those were based on, and in that PowerPoint, all of those people are community partners. We need everybody on board, and so as we direct our organizations to work together, I need to make sure that you're looking at the aspect of every single child that we have, and those numbers, your student services, they have those numbers. They know who's here in crisis. Dr. Edwards is here, and also Dr. Black, Kathy Black. But I just want to make sure as we move forward, because this is a huge issue in our district. So when we have those conversations, we need to make sure we have all of the right people at the table.
Dr. Rockwell?
So I also wanted to echo what an important issue this is. I recently spoke to a middle school counselor who told me that she has had twice as many referrals for counseling as she had last year for the whole year, and we're not to the end of the year yet. And it's a huge burden on our school counselors. There's not enough of them to go around because they also have a lot of responsibility for our IDEA compliance and scheduling IEP meetings and filing that paperwork. And I see Mrs. Black nodding that we wish we could have more staffing specialists to do that work, so our counselors wouldn't have to. But I also want to point out that in addition to changes from the state of Florida regarding what sorts of supports we can provide to our LGBTQ students, there are changes coming to school counseling programs. So currently our school counselors are required to provide, I believe it's 5 hours a year for all middle and high school students of direct counselor education. Like they come into the classrooms and every student gets some base level of care. And there is a proposal right now to replace that with a character education program that would be implemented by community and parent volunteers, not by a certified school counselor. So that's like an additional concern that's coming down the pipeline. There's also potentially coming down the pipeline from the State Department of Education, some possible changes to the qualifications and competencies of school counselors. I don't know if any of y'all have been following that, but it basically reduces some of the mental health related competencies that would be required to fulfill that position. Dr. Edwards might know about that. I don't think, and can maybe provide a little more clarity because I've read about it, but it's not my area of expertise. But it is concerning that I see some of the mental health services that are in our schools that are already stretched thin, potentially being eroded by some of these state level changes. And so having these external partnerships with the county and community organizations like Mr. Green's will be especially important.
Madam Chair, may I just?
Yes, Dr. Edwards, go ahead.
I just wanted to share some of the partnerships that we have because I want it to be clearly communicated that we are working with lots of agencies. And when we do that, we have certain MOUs or contracts with some particular agencies. There are some services that are provided, like our licensed mental health services and social work that are within the mental health plan that we have from the state. Forgive me when I put my glasses on, they're a little twisted because they fell and got stepped on today. So I'm not that off. But I did want to highlight that we currently already have partnerships with CES Family and Behavioral Health Services, the Children's Home Society, Chrysalis, the Hanley Foundation, PACE, UF PALS Thrives, UF Child Psychiatry, Interface Youth Shelter, Meridian Behavioral Health Care, Partnership for Strong Families, Village Counseling Center, the Youth Advocacy Center. We have been working with University of Florida in initial meetings related to grief therapy, and even recently with the Children's Trust from Optum, Blaine Bergerson has connected with us related to wellness rooms, and we're following up with those. And so I wanted to make sure that I highlighted that in the sense that to be clear that from the school district standpoint, we want to work with community agencies. We do have shortages in those positions, and so as much as we can do that, we will. There are certain, I guess, parameters around MOUs that we already have for some things that may have to be amended, but we certainly would desire to move forward to support our kids throughout the district.
I'm not aware of the MOU, so I'm ignorant there. But if there's an MOU that is in place with one of these partners that would prevent us from working with someone else to serve the needs of our students when we know we have a lot of need, I think we need to address that.
Yeah, I don't think it would prevent it. I meant in terms of the parameters of like how many hours they may have. They might be capped at certain things, a number of staff. We need to look at those things because there may not be, for instance, they may say that we have a cap on the number of students that we're able to serve by this particular entity. And so if we're wanting to expand in some of those, we might have to readdress some of the MOUs that have already been written in order to do that. And so we certainly can do it with any agencies that we have. I'm just saying that it might not be as fast as some people think because of agreements we may already have in writing with some agencies.
I guess my question is if we have the additional federal dollars that we don't normally have for the next year. And I guess, are we maximizing those federal, the ways that we can use those federal dollars with our existing partners so that we can serve students? We know we have a need, and if I was under the impression that we have this money and we don't have anyone to spend it with.
Right.
We don't have the
I've
capacity.
had conversations with you regarding that because in our conversations with partners, there have been issues with staffing those particular agencies that we work with. So we would want to expand beyond the agencies that we have now because of those limitations. So I'm not arguing anything that the board has said. I think is appropriate, but I just wanted to make sure, one, that everyone knew that we are working with multiple agencies now in order to support mental health, which shows the great need, but also for the community at large to be able to hear that if those persons were not named, that is the space, for instance, right, that you would want to step in and be a part of the conversation, because this is what I know in our I guess most recent conversations, the things off the top of my head in terms of the ongoing relationships that we have with some entities. And so if we have other agencies that are out there, because I'm not aware of, you may be able to tell me, someone else may be, I've been having some conversations with our staff, is there already a place, a local meeting, an association of mental health providers in Alachua County where they already come together to meet, that we would be able to come and talk to everyone who is a service provider for mental health in Alachua County versus just the persons who we have partnerships with. And so I'm not personally aware of where those meetings may already be occurring across the board.
Unfortunately, our head of community support services is not here, but I do know that her and Ali Martinez, the head of our crisis center, do meet with a number of mental health professionals at regular intervals, and I'm not sure what that would be, but we can certainly get back with you on that as soon as they're back in town. We could follow up. Oh, Tom's here. Sorry, Mr. Tonkovich. I don't know. Do you know of any regular meetings or associations of mental health providers in Alachua County that might be able to support?
Yes, good afternoon. Tom Tonkovich, Assistant Director at Community Support Services, and both Claudia, as Commissioner Prizia mentioned, as well as Allie, they're traveling the country. A couple of things. I am familiar that there is a mental health coalition, and I'd be happy to share that information with you. And also, if you'd like to hear a little bit more about how our Alachua County Crisis Center interfaces with the school board, Amanda DiLorenzo, our clinical supervisor, is here and could speak to that. So
that'd be great.
And while she goes, Dr. Edwards, I knew we had partners. I didn't know who the partners were, but I knew we work with other folks. My concern or my desire is wanting to expand that while we have the additional funding so that we can meet the needs of the students. I think we've had the past year where we didn't, we can try to address them. We haven't always had this extra money, so while we have it, let us not just have it on the shelf or as an allocation and not really use it to get out there. So if it's some kind of way we can join with another agency, another partner to reach more students, I think we should do that. So go ahead, Allie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Amanda DiLorenzo Garcia, the clinical supervisor at the Alachua County Crisis Center. Our mobile response team goes out when there's crises in the school. We work very closely with your school counselors, who we think are doing an amazing job considering how many students are needing mental health services. And so currently this year, from January till recently, we've had approximately 90 call-outs to schools. And so our MRT team is doing quite a bit of work. We're typically there a few times a week at different schools across the county. Our response time is within 60 minutes out to areas of High Springs, Newberry. We would go anywhere within the county. We appreciate working with the students quite a bit. That's a huge passion of ours. And oftentimes we do follow-up and wraparound services. And so at the Crisis Center, we're very grateful to offer free counseling to anyone in Alachua County. And so we often work with the schools to rather get the students connected to those services already mentioned by Dr. Edwards. And if those services are not in place for that student, or they need kind of what I phrase as buffering services until a wait time is over, our Crisis Center can often fulfill that need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McGraw, you have a question for her?
Talking about mental health still, in that coalition, are you all working with behavior analysts as well? Do you have behavior analysts as part of the conversation?
Sorry, I haven't attended the meetings.
Okay.
It's generally something Claudia does. My understanding is you don't attend either.
There's no behavior.
Oh, okay.
See, this is what I think people, and what I'm looking for too, is that when we're dealing with kids who are dealing with mental health, there's also their behavior component. In order to change behavior, you got to have, like we only have, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have one for our school district. That's a problem. Because to me, this is a public safety issue. That's where we are now. Because it's not just about the mental health piece, but it's why are they doing what they're doing, but where's the structure, and to make sure the behavior is going to change as well. That's why I don't want us to continue to meet and we don't have all the right people to the table. It's not just about, because what you do is you have to do a good assessment of children, and that's how you determine what services are really needed. And so that's what my concern, and we'll continue to elevate. To me, we're in a situation, that's why I'm happy we're able to work together, but we gotta make sure, along with that mental health, the behavior, we want to change the behavior for the better, and that's missing, along with, when I talked about enough is enough, a part of that was all of those community, everybody getting to the table together, putting those wraparound services in place. Right now, we have AQuinn, but we're over 100 and some kids at AQuinn. AQuinn used to just be for severely emotionally disturbed. We know we have emotionally handicapped there now. But, you know, it's like if we have children who are bringing guns to school, there's really something going wrong versus a kid who had a major fight. They still shouldn't be in the same environment. You know, one is an alternative school, but you have, and that is what my biggest concern is, because you got to have those wraparound services and how you change behavior. Along with those supports, you really got to work with them. And it takes work with what we're saying. And so we just have one. And that's not enough. And in the mental health, I think we had, $600 and some thousand. I had put that in how we could fund however we want to do it. But we can't open school the same way, so that's why this is so crucial. But that behavior piece is crucial as well. I know I'm going to give her a shout out. Ms. Linda Holloman was one of the best certified behavior analysts we had, who retired. But we need to make sure that is a part of this process as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I think Commissioner Alford had a question, Commissioner Cornell, and then I have a question that for Amanda. It'll be a minute. So,
my question is about how the school resource officers interact in mental health crises. What's that?
So maybe it won't be so long.
And what training those school resources have in mental health and de-escalation and recognizing when it is a mental health crisis, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. I don't know that I can speak to all of their training, but what I can share with you is that the Crisis Center does a crisis intervention training, CIT, and we just had a class very recently. Our staff member, Hannah Dykehouse, does those trainings along with many staff that collaborate. And last summer, what we did was we had one specialized for SROs in the county, and they came and did that training. It's a 40-hour training. It has lecture as well as community resources, and then a lot of role play for intervention purposes. We do try to enhance our partnership with SROs through MRT services, where when they're needed, that we're collaborating with them and building those relationships is essential to the work that we're doing.
So
go ahead.
I was curious if we know what percentage of school resource officers, does anybody know, have that training?
I'm unaware of that number.
Yeah, I guess that was going to be my follow-up question is, I think this is such a critical training because they're the front line at the schools so often. And I think right now it's voluntary and it may be something to explore looking into for SROs in the future to require that crisis intervention training, because I think it really does give them a lot of tools and skills. I think most of the officers I've spoken with that have done it really are grateful that they've done it and feel like they gained a lot from the training in terms of being able to de-escalate a situation.
At the very least, the CIT training, yeah.
Oh, at the very least, yeah.
Yeah, because, as was said, we have that problem with behavior, which often involves the.
And when it comes to mental health crisis, GPD has the program. Officer, Sergeant Gu or Gal, they come out to your home with a team. They partner with Meridian. That's you, right? Is that you? Oh,
No, that's not the crisis center. Those are our co-responders in our community.
Right.
And that's Bill that you were referring to, but there's a good handful of them. They work very closely with us. We've had wonderful relationships because they do the most similar work, we would say, to us in terms of crisis response, and they're absolutely incredible resources.
Right. They need to be at the table. That's what I'm saying. We got to make sure we have all the people at the table.
What I would say is those SROs that are trained in CIT, we really do appreciate that when we're able to go to a school and that person is trained, that we're speaking the same language around mental health. And we think that that's really important in terms of the critical decisions around students' well-being.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have so much to say about this on this topic. Where do I start? I guess I will start with, I was hopeful that our ASO and GPD was going to be here today. I've talked to Member McGraw about, the Enough is Enough presentation. And we've talked at the Children's Trust about the behavior issues that are completely different pre-COVID and us coming out of COVID. And it seems like we need to be putting resources towards the preventative stuff as opposed to dealing with that crisis when it happens. When you turn on the television, there's not a month that doesn't go by that a community is dealing with a mass shooting event. And I consider ourselves very lucky that we have not been on TV yet. And I remember going to multiple events about stopping gun violence with Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker and Sheriff Watson and Chief Scott. And so this seems like we're all kind of talking about this, and I am hopeful, let me back up. We did a deep dive in our community support department this year. So every year we as a county commission, we pick one department, we do a deep dive, and we talked a lot about this issue during that deep dive. And I think we gave specific direction, Manager Lieberman and her staff, to bring us back some recommendations on focusing primarily on children and mental health. And it ties right into some of our previous discussions about, Maslow's needs. And we want to get the literacy, but how can we get the literacy if folks are afraid for their safety or afraid because of the behavior that's going on in the schools? And so I don't have the solutions, but I think that our staff, hopefully when this motion passes, is hearing us loud and clear that we as a county want to work with the school board and the Children's Trust and every stakeholder involved in behavior and mental health, because across the board it affects everything. And so anyways, I hope that we can, through the intergovernmental communication, really be asking the school system. We had a crisis. We've had 90 call-outs, is what I just heard you say, since January. So that's one a day. We've had 90 call-outs. So with each one of those call-outs, we're dealing with that crisis. But I hope at the same time we're saying, how did we get here, and what resources do you need, principals, counselors, school board, so that maybe we have 70 in the next 3 months, and then we have 40 in the next 3 months, like like, we talk a lot about root causes, and we are, addressing symptoms. And so I hope our staff is hearing us, and I hope our staffs are working together to say, this is how we fix that problem, or these are things that we could do to begin to address that problem. And I think it's school specific. I think it's really principal by principal. It's a whole community issue, but I view the principals as, the leaders of that school and what they know their neighborhoods and communities and what they need. And I just hope that they're communicating not only to our crisis center, but to our staff, so that as we develop our budget this year, that we can put meaningful resources towards helping y'all and the kids, because that's what I think that's what our board wants. I know it's what our board wants. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We take a vote on our. Oh, no, we have some.
Rockwell had something. I see her light on where she is there.
So my question is for Dr. Garcia. Does the Crisis Center have additional training capacity? And I don't know if we're already doing this, but I know we recently did a de-escalation training with transportation. I don't know if you were involved in that, but I know that teachers and other staff members who work directly with students, they need the de-escalation training. They need training on how to build relationships with students or rebuild relationships after behaviors arise that erode that trust and relationship. They need information on how to deal with kids in trauma. And, I feel like we're talking about issues with staffing, and it might be difficult to get enough staff to provide direct counseling services to all the kids who need it. But can we maybe, and this is like for you and then staff, can we maybe focus on how we can collaborate on the training piece to get that professional development so that our existing staff has more skills in their toolkit for addressing the behavior and mental health?
Yeah, absolutely. So we recently, we did a training for the libraries, and I'm not sure about the transportation, if that was us or not. What was that? Thank you. But we're certainly happy. That is our area of expertise, is crisis and trauma. And so that's an area that we'd be interested in supporting that and being part of that conversation. I would also say that in our work and collaboration with the schools, we see quite a need and support for the school personnel in terms of mental well-being. They're facing the same issues that we are in terms of vicarious trauma and seeing a high need with their students. So I just wanted to put that on the table.
So you mean staffing needing some support? Is that what you mean?
Absolutely. We all do, is my personal belief, but we hear that.
No. So I guess we need to make sure we take care of the staff too. So Ms. Jones and Mr. Andrew, we got to figure out a way to fund that so we can have more than 3 EAP visits for them. I don't know how that goes in and if that's a collective bargaining thing, but that is definitely something that we need to, hopefully y'all have the capacity to add the staffing to the mix to support them.
I was going to say thank you for hearing me on that.
Yes.
Well,
thank you.
And I would just echo, Commissioner Cornell's point. I think we're interested in hearing how we can provide those supports that will build on what you all are doing in school, with capacity building, with training, with support, with additional resources, and out of school time for those referrals. If you've got 900 referrals for mental health services at a school, and you right now you only have 30 partners, they're never going to be able to take care of all those kids. So as we begin to identify other community partners, thank you for coming today. And training in all of our volunteers to Crisis Center and other things, perhaps we can begin to think about the way that our support systems outside of school day can help ameliorate some of that. And maybe some of it is also staffing, like staff referrals as well as student referrals. But I think that as we see some of the challenges that are coming out of current legislation, I also want to be mindful of the fact that there may be limits to what can happen during the school day. We mentioned LGBTQAI students and the challenges that they're facing. And so I want to make sure that we're doing things to develop those types of partnerships that aren't going to necessarily be in school, so there won't be those same limitations, but we'll be able to really build robust resources and support for our students and staff that are working in the schools.
Well, that's why I kind of came from it from a different perspective, because we used to have 2 locations. We have a lot of under-enrolled schools, so that's money that's going out. Sometimes you got to look at your resources and say, hey, but when you have kids who are really in trauma, like, when you go and visit with our principals and different things of that nature, you may have 25 kids out of 700, 800 that's running havoc. But when you look at all of the high schools, you look right 5th through 9th grade is a real challenge for us right now. And so when I did that data before, you had about 187 children you could have placed in an alternative location, which would have brought some calmness to your other schools, and then you're able to go in and do the training. Like I mentioned that this summer, our deans, to make sure everybody's on the same page. What I'm looking at when you're writing behavior plans, you can't write a blanket behavior plan. And kind of across the board, some of our behavior plans are like kind of the same for every child because I've checked the box. And then when your staff is overwhelmed, because going into the schools, the teachers, your staff, they're really overwhelmed. So sometimes those kids, I've looked at it, because even if you say, well, we have to repurpose our money. We can't keep saying we don't have any money. That's why when I looked at this, I looked at funding sources. And so when you're dealing with kids who are truly in crisis, and then you need that behavior piece. So when I talked about the transition school to success, all of those wraparounds, sir, Parent Academy. We have different committees as the board members, and so part of mine is DJJ, going to court on Wednesdays. And so when you go and you're in there, here's a parent crying out for help. When a child has reported that they're being bullied, and you go and you say, okay, this is going on in the school, but nobody does anything about it, and guess what? Something happens. So what I'm trying to do is make us get more proactive instead of these things happening and then the results, because now you're creating more mental health issues, because those children who are prepared, who are coming to school, who are ready, they're having a lot of anxiety now because you don't just anticipate what's next. And so at some point, even if you say, okay, well, we got this extra space in those classrooms and we can move those kids over, now you got to deal with these kids being teased. You're going to the other side of the building. So I've looked at all those dynamics, but the behavior piece along with mental health, it's a huge crisis. And like we say, we've been fortunate, as Commissioner Cornell said, we've been fortunate in this community, but if we don't continue to be more proactive, and as someone who works in this every day, you have to have structure, you have to be firm, you got to make sure people are trained and on the same page, but also the parent piece continues to be left out of you. If kids are going to court and I have to do this 17 different things, well, who's going to help them? If a 15-year-old is bringing an AR-15 to school, 15 to 13 to 12, okay, wait a minute, that's a child. Where's the adult? So I'm saying all of this, when we consider this, and you just say, okay, we're going to implement this, but how do you know it's truly being implemented? And sometimes you just have to separate, how you change behaviors with positive intervention and positive reinforcement. And that's not happening, and we continue to every day. So that's why I tell people, go and walk, go see, go look around and see what's going around in our different schools. And that's why when we make these plans, that we have enough people and the right fit or the right people at the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have one citizen, I think.
If I could just, from Chief Pelton, say that all of our school resource officers are 100% trained in the crisis intervention, not all in like youth mental health first aid, significantly for populations, like it might not be 100%, but every last one of the school resource officers have had the crisis intervention training to support mental health for students. And so I just wanted that question was asked, so I wanted to bring that back. And then when we talked about, for instance, the teachers, we want to also make sure that as we're making considerations for services, that really it is very important for us to consider parents, because as much as we provide services during the day, when they go back into households where those services may not be continued, then we really are not advancing the mental health wellness for our children.
Should we take a vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Oh, wait, Commissioner. Oh, no, he's there. Okay. Any opposed, like sign? Okay, motion carries unanimously on our side.
Okay, thank you. And we had one citizen. I'm going to take that, and then we'll take our vote.
Caller, please state your name. You have 3 minutes with the board.
Good evening. My name is Rochelle. I'll be quick. I know you've all had a very long meeting. And listening to this, and I don't know what I've missed while on hold, but I just want to make sure that when we're discussing mental health and discipline, let's not confuse legitimate mental health concerns of students versus the lack of discipline at home, lack of respect at school, and things like that. So that way the students who truly need the mental health services can get what they need, but let's make sure we differentiate in the kids who is just a lack of discipline at home, lack of respect for teachers, lack of respect at school versus legitimate mental health things. We also need clear consequences for the unruly behavior because we're seeing the same students in the schools, same students. I guarantee you every teacher, every SRO, every principal, every bus driver will tell you right quickly. They won't even have to stop and think who their nonstop problem children are and why are things not being done with these problem children, which comes back to what Mrs. McGraw has continuously said. We need a place to remove these students from the schools. We need to have consequences for the students, and there must be parental, legal guardian, whomever the adult is with the child, they have to participate, not just, we're just going to send them out of school for like a day and then we're going to send them back to school with nothing being done and no one being held accountable. It was discussed at the last workshop, and one of the school board members, I believe it was Mrs. Rockwell, had some very valid concerns, like why do we not have certain disciplines for certain things? It's a very vague, it's a very gray area. This student can throw things in the classroom, be unruly, do things repetitive, nothing happens. This student will do one infraction and then they get all the penalties, and it's always up to the discretion. And when you stop making excuses for the behavior, it doesn't change the behavior. So at some point we have to stop enabling the repeat offenders and put down some serious consequences for them and for the parents and hold those people accountable, because that would solve a lot of your issues. It would solve your teacher shortage. It would solve your bus driver shortage. It would solve a lot of the problems at all of the schools. If we dealt with the unruly kids and pulled them out of these classrooms and let everybody else continue, I think you would find more people would want to teach. More people would be willing to drive the buses. But let's just make sure that we're not taking all the lack of discipline and the people we're enabling and label them all the mental. That's just my 2 cents, and I appreciate the collaboration between all of you. Thank you, and I hope y'all can get out of there soon. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Caller. Yes, Commissioner. Would you turn your mic on?
Caller was making a point that I wanted to make too. Because I have worked in special education for a long time, dealing with behavior disorders, my thought and what I would say to my students, there's no good excuse for bad behavior. There are reasons for it. There are reasons for the bad behavior, but you can't allow someone to use those circumstances or the reasons as an excuse to continue the bad behavior. So, yes, mental health concerns need to be met. Family concerns, in my experience, the best way to deal with some of those is to take the kid completely out of their home, have 24 hours, and then you can actually change a kid's life. I just happen to believe in residential care for some children. The Sheriff's Boys Ranch is a good example of some of that, the work that they're doing up there.
I want to go down that rabbit hole so bad, but I am going to resist because it's 5:46.
Okay,
I'm going to resist. I'm going to resist. So I'm going to thank you for that. I'm going to call all my board. The motion that's on the floor is for our staff to work with the county and the CTAC and other partners on this mental health thing. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes 5-0. So I think we will work with staff to try to come up with some definitive deadlines or whatever to come back with a report on some things, and we can go forward. And our last item on our agenda is intergovernmental coordination items. We've already kind of talked about the transportation one. We've dealt with that one a little bit. The other one that I had that I don't think we your organization doesn't have a whole lot of facilities that to be able to talk about using joint facility usage. So we'll punt that one and let the Children's Trust talk with our board about that and the city government. You all have it?
Madam Chair, I was serious about the bus, because when you all had buses to give out last time, you know.
Oh, that was a sore spot. I don't think
That's okay, but if you've got one to sell, that $11,000 might go a long way for a bus.
So, Mr. Rella, you and Mr. Jones, y'all can, I guess you want to come to the thing to address that?
Madam Chair.
It's not necessary. I just wanted to
have Commissioner to repeat. I couldn't hear.
Yes, I just said that when you all were giving the school buses out, you know, to the different programs that were using buses, you know, we could use one out of Cuscawilla for that kind of transportation of students. So if you all have a bus down the road, you know, if you just let us know.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Friends of Cuscawilla could perhaps purchase one.
So we do, thank you for the question, we do surplus buses every year. I will say typically when we get to the point where we're surplusing a bus, it's going to be old and it's going to have a lot of miles, but it could suit your purpose as well. Obviously, we need them in circulation every day. We need them not to be breaking down, et cetera. I'll certainly discuss with Director Darren Jones to see what that surplus cycle looks like. And again, we usually do a few a year, so we'll check into that for them.
Just as a note, I mean, I will just say, we would have to look at the liability of the transportation of those children. 2, I don't know that Friends could own the bus, and then we would be covering the children's insurance and all of that. 3, we don't have any budget for a bus operations or driver. So I just want to bring that up. Like, this is, but I don't know that Friends of Cuscawilla could transport students on our behalf. So I'm just saying, it's a great idea. I just want to be mindful that we don't necessarily have all the. We would want to bake that. Let's put that in the budget discussions if we're talking about Camp Cuscawilla, if we're thinking of a bus, because I think it's a lot. There's a lot of pieces to it. And before we buy a bus, I would hate for Friends to go buy a bus and then we tell them that we can't use it. I want to make sure we can use it. So.
Okay.
I would just be worried we couldn't use it.
I got you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, certain. When it comes to just insurance discussion on the buses, Fizbit, who is our self-insured insurance group, they wouldn't cover, we've asked them before, but they would not cover a non-SBA driver using the bus. In the instant, they wouldn't assume any liability. We'd have to pay for any damages. The insurance just wouldn't cover it. So in the times, as you all know, that we've done trips for other people, we've used our bus drivers to operate that. I would mention, I don't know if anybody's talked to RTS, to the city about transportation either, because I don't know if they slow down in their routes during the summer because the students aren't here and what have you, so that might be something to explore as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That transportation is a hurdle. But on a happier note, something I do before we close out the session, I'd like to just, we're on, and your staff already knows, I think Mark Sexton knows, on April 19th, we'll have the ribbon cutting at the Lake Forest Playground at 10 a.m. And that's something that you all, we came to you all with that request through Wild Spaces Public Places, and y'all helped us do that. So that ribbon cutting is there. That was a nice partnership, a collaboration there between us and the county to get that done there. So.
I do have a quick note from our staff too, who couldn't be here today. Let me just pull it up real quick. Oh, I just had it. Of course, I lost it again. I had it already up, and it's been such a long meeting. Okay, here it is. So just as a heads up to your board, and just can kind of let you know, our staff are working together on another great collaboration, and that is a tree planting program. We're in the process of developing kind of a 5-year plan for tree planting, and as we're working on that, well, she gave me some stats. We've planted over 1,039 trees within Alachua County and its municipalities, but we're really trying to look at the next 5 years and begin to expand where we're able to plant trees. And so she's been working with the local municipalities as well as your staff at the school board, and we're in the process of hopefully developing an interlocal agreement that will come to you all for review and approval, and that would be just so that we would work with your facility staff and the principals and things like that to identify suitable locations for tree planting on your campuses and on your properties, and be able to plant trees for you all as well as on county property.
Sounds good. All right. Mary Helen, you had your lights on. That's why I was asking. Okay. All right. So do we have any citizens? I'm going to call for citizen input one last time. All right, we'll close citizen input. And next we have comments and information for discussion we have you guys listed first. Oh, Mr. Kylie Blunt. It's going back to the...
I was having a discussion with somebody the other day about schools, and they were talking about the, what do you call these outside schools, micro schools?
You mean like the charter schools that are not district operated?
You have some tech programs that kids...
Magnet schools?
Maybe, well, magnets are within your schools.
Correct.
Do you no longer have the micro schools that kids go to when they've come out of the public school system? Good. Well, somebody was complaining to me that they see kids who are not having success in the public schools going to these special programs, and they therefore get pulled out of the denominator when you're calculating graduation and other success measures. And I think that's unfair and dishonest. I would urge you to look at that policy. Of course, I know, if this one county is doing that and 66 others keep doing it, it's a ding on your standing and your reputation. But I think we need to be honest about kids' true outcomes and admit. When are we ever going to turn things around and work hard on getting success for those kids if they can be brushed away?
Yes, okay, so now I understand. Those are the alternative charter school, micro school, and formerly known as micro school, North Central Florida Charter, and then SciTech is that. Those are the two facilities, okay. All right, so we will go to our items for discussion. We'll start with you all on the county side. I'm going to start up the farthest away. You want to start down there?
Yes.
Okay, little guy at the end here. So thank you all for inviting us and for this joint meeting. I think it's always great when we have an opportunity to get together. We have so many resources in Alachua County, and I think our citizens are constantly asking us, how can we get more and more out of our tax dollars? And I think it is really important that our staffs coordinate common interest, and I can't think of a higher common interest than our kids. We've got a lot of great resources in this community, and the more Michelle is talking to Shane, who's talking to the city manager, who's talking to the executive director at the Children's Trust, I think the better we as a community are. We have UF, we have Santa Fe. There were some discussions, Michelle, at the last Children's Trust meeting about getting not just the Friends of Seven together, but creating the Friends of 10 and adding UF Santa Fe and the Community Foundation. And I think the more our staffs can communicate the needs of this community, which we're all working on, we've talked about so many of them today, literacy, safety, behavior. And if we have a facility that you can use and you have a facility that we can use, they're all the taxpayers' facilities. They're all the taxpayer services. And so the more we can continue to collaborate and cooperate and move this community forward step by step, I think the better. And I just appreciate the collegial bodies and our ability to cooperate so much, because many communities don't have that. And I feel grateful that we at least are trying, even though there's some big mountains that we have to climb. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, too, for having us and you all tolerating my rants. As being in public education for 36 years, I have strong opinions about a lot of things, and I appreciate this board moving forward with what you're looking at for the societal concerns that we have. They're societal issues. They're not just education issues. And our teachers are our first responders to what's happening in this world as we watch our children bring it at an earlier and earlier age. So thank you all so much for your work, and I look forward to doing more of it. I would encourage any of our board who has not spent the day in the classroom to go do it. It's an eye-opener. All right, thank you.
Yes, I echo the thanks of my colleagues, and every day that I've spent in formal school has been in Alachua County, from the time I was in nursery school all through elementary school and high school and into junior college and, well, community college and regular college. Every day has been in this county, and I am so glad to serve with all of you guys because I hear from you and I appreciate the things that you're doing and the things that you're saying and the goals that you have for our county. And I'm honored to sit up here with you guys and the work that you guys are doing. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo my colleagues and just say I think we did a lot today. I mean, we have a comprehensive plan moving for literacy, which I think is going to give us an amazing roadmap to collaborate. And we worked on mental health and a collaboration there and opportunities to really move that forward. So today feels like a big day. I hope that it will be followed up with action. I know all of you are people of action as well. I've seen it on the streets, and I appreciate the work that you all do. And I'm excited about these things that we're starting today, you know, continuing to move those graphs that we saw today in the right direction. Using our kids as the canary in the coal mine. Our community has a lot of challenges and issues, and hopefully we can have our children be the foundation of changing that fact. Thank you.
My colleagues, I'll start with Ms. Abbott and we'll work back.
This has been very interesting, and I think it's awesome because it takes a village to really get stuff done. And you need community, you need parents, you need teachers, you need elected officials, and there's a lot of work to be done in our schools. And education's super important because it determines how someone's future is going to turn out, I believe. And I agree with the caller who called today and said that behavior, it makes a lot of difference in a lot of areas of our school system. You know, if it helps with teacher retention, it makes things go more smoothly on the buses, and so you're able to get transportation drivers. It helps retention of teachers, but most importantly, I think that it improves the instruction in the classroom, which I think is very, very important. And I think behavior, because of that, I think behavior is something that we need to address immediately in our school system before the start of the new school year. I agree with Mr. Blunt about accurate data. If you're using data to guide instruction and make changes in a district, you gotta know what you're dealing with. And even, you know, like today, I question, you know, the presentation on the comparing the lessening of the achievement gap between African Americans and white students. They were using two different tests to compare the data. And so for me, you know, I think FSA we used for a lot of years. It was a fairly rigorous test. FAST, which was the other, what they were comparing the growth to, is a test that we just got this year. We know there are a lot of flaws with that test. It's just like comparing, for me, apples and oranges. And so I don't know, you know, hopefully there is a significant growth, but I think the data is more accurate when you're comparing oranges to oranges. And so I appreciate you all coming and joining us today, and I hope there will be a lot of things that will happen with this collaboration. Thank you.
Did you call me?
Yes, you may.
I knew you did. I'm just teasing you, Ms. Chairman. I want to just say to my colleagues across the street, I appreciate so much that you joined us today. It was really interesting. I think we've had an excellent discussion, but more importantly, the consensus of the action that we are going to take. I thank you for all of you for committing to our students, to the instructional staff, and to the Alachua County citizens. We've had a lot of talk back and forth, but I think all of the commitment and action that we are taking, it's going to benefit every issue that we've engaged in today was well worth our time and effort. I hope that we can come, I know we usually meet once a year, but we really need to be more frequent. We've established quite a bit of protocol today, but we really need to come together governmentally more frequently. I hope that you can agree with me. Thank you so very much for being right across the street, and that you wouldn't mind coming over and having this kind of interaction and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeely. Dr. Rockwell?
First of all, thank you so much for joining us here today, and thank you for offering your support and collaboration on two of our biggest goals, our core academics and our student behavior, through these partnerships that we're developing around literacy and mental health. And I'm looking forward to getting reports back from both of our staff so that we have a real action plan, because I think being united as a school district and county on these issues is going to really move the needle for our children, and through them, our entire community and its future. And I'm really looking forward to that. And I agree with my colleague, Dr. McNeely, that it would be great to have these meetings more frequently so that we can check in on the progress of these plans that we're making and think of future ways to collaborate. And along those lines, I wanted to go back to Dr. Houchin's call and her generous offer to work collaboratively with probably Mrs. Johnson on disseminating and collecting rezoning information throughout our community. I think that was a wonderful offer and another way that we can collaborate. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rockwell. Ms. McGraw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To each of you, of course, this is music to our ears. Had opportunity to serve on the Big Idea Committee some years ago with the city, and one of the things that I came up with was that the city, it was a dream to see the city, the county, and the school board be able to work together. And I'm so glad that we are here with the county today. And one of the things, you all have been very supportive of the school board, and so we're so grateful for that. And so happy about the Teen Summer Work Program. That's such a great program. I hope we can grow that and have more of our students in there, because I've been working since I was 13, and that's how you learn a lot about life. But also, I'm so grateful that we have been able to meet and get along. And I think our community who's watching is really excited about that, because the behavior issue, which everybody knows I continue to talk about because it's such a crisis, but it affects all of us. We all want to be safe in Alachua County. Alachua County is a great place to live, and so we're just so happy that we were able to have this discussion today and work together to try to meet the needs of all of us here in Alachua County. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I'll just close us out here. I want to thank you all, concur with what my colleagues have said and what you all have said. It's been a long meeting, but it's been good dialogue and good working with you all. And you all know that I'm an accountant. Ken is an accountant, but I used to have this little saying when I worked on a software implementation team, and I'd arrive into the meeting sometimes first, but sometimes last. But when I got there, I said, okay, we can get started now because GL is in the house, right? But I'm going to make the analogy to, and bridge that to education. Schools, I've read it said that schools are centers of community, but I'm going to say really the centers of our society. Education, as has been said, is the great lifter, the great equalizer, and it's so much that can be gained from that. And I remember back in 2016 or 17 when I first met Dr. Katurb out there, she and myself and another citizen, it was shared with us this study about McKinsey, from a McKinsey report about the negative impact that the opportunity gap or achievement gap has on a community, what that costs us when children don't perform well or we don't provide the same opportunities to all students. That kind of came up in here. And so that didn't start my advocacy, because I had been advocating for a long time. Myself and Ms. McGraw had been volunteering in schools for a long time. And in 2016, that really kind of like focused me in and like really kind of like coming publicly to these meetings, because Mr. Kali Blunt, I used to watch him on Cox Channel 8 because he used to be the one in the room here. But schools really are the center of our community, and I think I'm glad that you all have always taken an interest. The county board has taken an interest in supporting us and being collaborative ever since I've sat in this seat, and that means a lot, because if we can lift the schools and create a good school system, not one or two good schools in our county or a few good schools, we lift our county. We have one of the most generous counties, in my opinion, in Florida, in the sense that when we take tax initiatives to the citizens to benefit education, to conservation or whatever, they've been very generous with us in approving those initiatives. So it really is incumbent upon us to link arms and to be more collaborative and to as Ken said earlier, maximize what we can get out of each of those tax dollars. So I'm happy to work with you all. I'm going to make some dates on my calendar so I can circle back with our staff, and we can get with you guys to see the progress is going, because we don't want to just have these meetings and just talk. I mean, Dr. McNeely said she didn't want to go to another meeting because she's tired of talk. We want to see some action. And so I think all of us, we want that now. We're here. I want to thank you guys for being so generous with us and assisting us out of your federal dollars, the federal dollars that the school districts have received, as well as, with you guys, local government, the county and city governments. That's allowed us to do things and address some needs that we hadn't been able to in the past. And when the pandemic first started and we were running a little short on funds ourselves, and we reached out to you guys, the board then, you guys weren't there, but the board then that was seated at that time, they were very open to doing whatever it took to help and support the school district. And that means a lot to me, I'm sure to my other board members, but I thank you all for doing that. We didn't get as much CARES Act money as you guys got. And when our chair sent a letter to you all responded, and that was a big help for us. And then you reached deep down when I was having some challenges, with the Zoom meetings, and you guys helped us with that. So I really appreciate you all, the collaboration and being open. And this problem here, or the challenges that we have in our school district, I don't think they're insurmountable. When I go and I travel with 10 statewide meetings, it can be done. I say that to our staff. We can do better, and we just have to do things differently from what we've done in the past, and we have to be willing to change, and we have to be willing to evaluate ourselves honestly, and if something's not working, adjust and try something else. But other districts are doing very well, as well as around the state. They're doing things, and we just have to kind of think a little bit different, think bigger, and be willing to do that. But I thank you all for being our partners in that and for challenging us and coming and asking us, when you're going to do X, as in the case of impact fees. That's a valid question, because that growth and all, but those are just things we just kind of have to challenge each other to do better with and to move forward. So I thank you all. It's been time well spent. I won't delay it, and if there's nothing else, we'll say the meeting's adjourned. All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all. Thank you to our staff as well. I don't know where the trash